cents for 66 cents on the opening bell. Good morning out there. Check 1 2, check 1 2. They're gonna go higher right now. Those calls are gonna go higher. God damn. Woo! Any of you guys still long right now? They're gonna go higher. Those calls from yesterday were, oh shit, I was buying them at 34 cents, then 24 cents, and damn, they're cranking right now again. They're about to crank up, trading 556.42 at the moment. Good morning, everybody out there. We've got a big day ahead of us. If you guys had calls yesterday, if you were buying the dip with us yesterday, congratulations. If you were in the Discord yesterday, each time we added rolls of calls, or not rolls, but like 10 packs of calls, we kept buying dips yesterday into the bell. Actually earlier, and then as the day progressed, they tried to do a liquidation break and trigger people's stops yesterday. And we might have a little bit more to go up this morning before the Senate hearing. We got a lot to talk about this morning. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing out there? Thanks for joining us. I got to do one quick thing here. Let me send us over to the charts. And I got to do a post on Twitter for the video. Give me one quick second here. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all this morning. All right. Hold on a second here. Sling that over there. There's your free trade for the week, right? What are we, though? We're buyers of dips, right? That's what we are. I've got just a couple things here. A couple notes. We're going to talk about IWM this morning before everything. We got a ton of stuff to do, so bear with me. As we chat here this morning, we're going to talk about IWM this morning. This is going to be a very sensitive, oh, dude, SPY. SPY is just destroying. So a couple things here. Let's look at, we're parked right now on R1. R2 is kind of the target up here. That's 557.31 this morning. I think my target was yesterday was like 557.15. So that's pretty close this morning. We'll see if we can get there right now. If we can squeeze up there. Hold on here. Give me one quick second here. I did leave you off yesterday with a do not be short into the overnight. I did say that on stream yesterday. I hope that you were not short on the overnight. I'm assuming that some of you are going to say, I don't know, I'm rich and stuff, and they'll carry me in the, I don't know, you're like Mike Burry or something. You're going to go down to JPM, take out some swaps. Hold on 1 second here. We did just get a new high right there. We did actually catch a new high from the pre-market high at that moment. Give me one quick second. I got something I got to do here. I got to set up a couple things. It's already 9:36. I got to set up the Senate hearing, and I got to post the stream. Just bear with me really quick here. Just a few moments. Good morning out there. Hope you're all doing well. Do that right there. It's a nice 100% trade. It's a nice day to be back. I don't know. It feels really good. So it feels really, really good here. Hold on 1 second. I got to do this over here. There's that over there. Hook-toi. Should we do this? I stopped doing it. I got to do it again. So SPY, SPX, ESF, ES. What else are we doing here? QQQ, NQ, I guess. Big one's gonna be IWM and the rut. IWM and RTY. Yeah, that'll work. But what are they doing there? Why are they? All right, here, live stream. Senate hearing live stream. With Jerome Powell. All right, we got here YT. Boom, put that over there. Slap that on the ask. And then we'll put a Twitch. Put the link for Twitch in there. Do that right there. Close that up. Close that up. Put this out. What is that? I think that's at least 2 trades, right? 3 trades last week. I think that's with last week. I think that's 3 public trades, all killers. Let's see here. Slap that one up there. Senate hearing live stream with Jerome Powell. YouTube and Twitch. Okay. What else do I got to do here this morning? We're trying a new format. A couple things here. Number one, the chat is open today. So if you're not a subscriber, if you're not a member, the chat is open. If you're joining us from YouTube, the chat is open today due to the Senate hearings. Number two, we're trying a new format around here. We've got some stuff coming out. We got Bork and some developers. Rowit, I think you're out there somewhere. We've got developers working on stuff in the background. We're going to be rolling out stuff in the coming weeks here. Right now, we're going to test out where we keep our discussion. Our main discussion is going to be in our Discord. I'm not going to have a discussion with Twitch nor YouTube for this week and next week. So the main discussion will be inside the Discord and the general chat. If you want to request a chart to be charted, you have to request it in the general chat, and I will post that chart in the general chat for you. What else? I think that's the big part of that. So just a heads up out there that our Discord's really cool, and we've got really smart people in there, and I miss a lot of the reason behind this is because I miss a lot of great conversation in the Discord, and I have too much going on. Now, there's gonna be some other stuff rolling out. I ordered some new screeners so that I could have two more screens to be looking at all day long. I think they arrive on the 12th, so I'm gonna put those up this week, and then we'll see what else we can do as we attempt a small format change in the show. So just be aware of that throughout the day that you may. Sometimes I'm able to read. A lot of this has to do with the multi-streaming that we do around here. Like they don't like to play with each other, the chats. So I can't always see all the chats going on across these 3 different platforms. And so I miss some of the chat. I miss questions. YouTube has like a limit on what I can see. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we're gonna try this format out. See, it's a change from what we normally do. So if you want to ask a question or if you want to add to the discussion and have me read it, I'm going to be focusing on the general chat inside of our Discord. Not only that, the Discord has a bunch of cool stuff in it. It's got tools from Unusual Whales, Trading Ticks, BB, Bot, and it's like a souped up chat. So it's just easier for me to get in there and see what people are saying, and then also use some of the tools that are in there as well. So just that's just a programming note for you this morning. What else I have for you? So give me a few. Oh yeah, give me a few moments. I'm going to set up a I don't know. I don't know the best way to set this up. Do you guys prefer? I can do like a split screen thing, where we can watch Jerome, and then I think we can watch. Like SPY, QQQ, or SPY maybe, Dixie and TNX. But the other chart I wanted to watch today was IWM. And we're going to talk about IWM briefly here at 9:42. I don't have too much time left. But I want to talk to you about IWM here. And IWM's been trying to escape to the upside, if you didn't already know. And we've been monitoring it very closely for an explosive move to the upside. The Eraser Gang has IWM going down today, not escaping, going down in a pretty big way to the downside, trading below the weekly trigger, like 195 or something like that. But it's very rate sensitive. Let me go down here, and I'm not even going to show you. I'm just going to tell you. Because if you got the triggers and stuff and velocity, you don't need me to tell you this. Outside of what the Eraser Gang is saying, velocity and triggers are saying that IWM is going to explode to the upside, counter to what Eraser Gang says. And I trust the triggers. I use and how I trade. If you don't know this, how I trade, I use exclusively the triggers and velocity. But as secondhand tools, I do use Elliott Wave. I do use the opening and closing prices on Asia, London, and the U.S. And then I also use Gamma. So pretty much, though, if you were to layer those things on top of each other, that's how I trade. And sometimes there's conflicting information. And today, in this whole week, there's been conflicting information. And on top of all of that, like the meme stocks are inside. A lot of the meme stocks are heavily inside of IWM. And they're all screaming that they're going up as well. So I've got some counter information in IWM. We know that IWM is tied to small caps in general are tied to rates. They're very rate sensitive. And there's always two stories on rate cuts. There's one story where we get real rate cuts and how that impacts the market. And then we get another trade for rate cuts. Whether we get the rate cut or not doesn't matter. If there's even just the idea that can be put out there that we might get a rate cut, you will see IWM run. If there's an idea that we're not getting a rate cut, IWM will drop like a rock. So it's ready for a run right now. And to note on this, on July 31st, we have our next rate cut meeting, and then we don't get one until September. And Jerome Powell has stated that he is not adversarial to the market and participants anymore, right? He made that statement back in COVID. Remember that? So we're not going to be like that anymore. You're not going to get any more surprises. And on top of all of that, if he's going to give you if he's going to tell you, yeah, we're getting a rate cut in September, he probably needs to soften us up for it now, or at least at the next rate decision at minimum. And there are even articles out there of pundits stating, hey, you promised us one by end of year. We demand you tell us right now. So I'm sure there are people out there that want to take that trade, right? We're going to get a rate cut, right, Jerome, this year, at least one, if not two. And so they're looking for that hint in this meeting today. And not only that, but today and tomorrow, remember, we've got early pre-election bullshit that started about a week and a half ago, and you know that these senators want any excuse to get the attention off of Biden right now. They will do anything to change the story, and they're going to grandstand for their own elections that they have coming up, and they want to talk for their constituency, right? So there could be explosiveness today. It's possible that you could see some grandstanding today to take the attention off of Joe Biden, and especially after last night. If you watched last night, Jon Stewart came on and ruffled everyone's feathers, right? He basically came out and said, stop fucking gaslighting. And they don't want that attention either today or moving forward. You definitely don't want Jon Stewart out there telling you, hey, you're not fucking crazy, are you? So we'll see how this Senate hearing plays out today. And of course, the House of Reps will have another stab at it tomorrow. So we'll see what they do. But the Senate is the key one today. You want to be very focused on Jerome Powell if he gives any hint at a rate cut today, because what will happen? IWM will react up or down if he gives you a hint of it or not. So we want to pay very close attention to that. And to be frank, if you want to trade IWM, see these little yellow bucks right here and right here? You want to be waiting until we have a breakout above over here, okay? Some kind of a breakout above. If you wanted my take on IWM, I think there might be a fake sell on it and then a rip higher. It's possible we get that like fake sell then higher. What I don't want to do is be in here and they're running it up and then they blast us right down to the depths of hell. You don't want to get caught in that on IWM, and you want to have some firm. Hey, we're breaking out right now, and this trade is on before you take it. So my bearishness that you know about in the Discord and the market briefs, all that kind of stuff, I'm bulled up on IWM. I just can't. We can't pull the trigger yet until it's time, and it's not time just yet. We did have a successful backtest of the daily trigger yesterday, so we're kind of there, Good morning out there. Hope you're all doing very well. If you're just joining us, I want you to know that we opened up the chat today. So if you're watching us on YouTube, the show is not live on YouTube. It's delayed natively by about 13 seconds, I think. Twitch is real time. It's about 3 seconds. I got a huge tube coming in my house. Big old round long tube coming in my house. And that's not the only thing though, but Twitch is always real time, no native delay. So if you want to watch us on Twitch, catch us there. Chat is open on both Twitch and on YouTube. If you are a member of any kind, today and yesterday, and we're testing this week, where I'll be interacting exclusively with the general chat from Discord. So if you want to ask me a question or get involved in that conversation, get inside the Discord and in the general chat, and I will interact with you all day long today as the day moves forward. All right, 9:49, 11 minutes left. Give me just a few minutes here. I think gave you a primer on what to expect today in the Senate. Just give me a few moments. I'm going to set up this live stream with Jerome Powell here in just a few moments. Good morning, everybody. Did you guys all make money on that trade yesterday or what? If you were in the Discord yesterday, you just made bank this morning. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hot sauce, baby. What? Jerome Powell. Rub it in, baby. Hold on 1 minute here. What? All right, hold on 1 second here. Give me one quick second. Let me see here. Fed, right? Fed events, Fed, let's go to the Fed channel here. Oh, nope, get rid of the porn. The Federal Reserve. Let's see here. Let's get this thing spun up here. FOMC press conference. Is it going to be on the Senate, maybe? Maybe it's on the Senate site. Let's go to their speech by, news and events, press releases, calendar, videos. What do we got here? Senate hearing. Oh, wait a minute. Was that today? July 2024. Nope. That's not today, is it? Let me see what I got here. Watch live policy panel ECB. That's not it. Jerome Powell. Here we go. See what this thing says. All right, it's not showing it. It's a bad link here. This looks like a bad link. Yeah, I've got Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen. Hold on one quick second here. Powell live. What do we got here? Upcoming. NBC, CNBS. Why does this look like it's Has anybody got a link to the official Senate live stream? I don't see it here. Hold on one quick second here. I'm getting a dead link in the Federal Reserve. Official Senate hearing. Watching U.S. Senate in hearing. Floor schedule. Let me see here. Tuesday, July 9th. Let's see what this thing is doing here. The Senate will convene at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think I have this right. Let me know if tell me if I have this right. If you think I have this right here. Does this look right to you? I think this is correct, but I'm not positive. I think this is the actual. Oh yeah, C-SPAN would do it too, wouldn't it? It says the Senate will convene at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think that is it, but I'm not positive. What do you got there? Banking.Senate. Hold on there. Let me see who just posted that in there. Somebody's always got it, don't they? Let's see what you guys got in here. Chicken fried my dog. Copy. Let's see what this is here. Bam. Let's see if this see if that works there. Oh yeah. I think this is yeah, I got it on. I think this is it. Hearing titled The Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report to Congress. Coverage begins at 10 a.m. All right, I think I got this going here. I think we're rock and roll. 5 minutes left. I'm going to switch over really quick to a different format here and see. Let me see if this works. Rate decision. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. What do we got going on here? What do we want to do here? We got that one there. I got that one there. Oh, we got two of those. Okay. Let's see. Chat box. Main camera. What do we got here? Bottom right camera, main screen. Nope, that's not that one. There we go. We're going to do this one here. Hold on one quick second here, guys. One quick second here. Bring this up here. Get rid of that there. Put that up there. Boom. Let me see here. I think that's correct there. Let's see what that looks like. All right, I think that's it right there. You guys can see that. You guys can see my cursor. We're playing this thing live now. And what do we got? The top right-hand screen. What are we going to do up here? So this is going to be IWM up here. We're going to leave this one up so we can watch it very closely here. Let's make this bigger for you. Bigger. It's on a 15-minute. We're going to change it to a 1 minute. We're going to do this one right here. Whoop. IWM trading below the daily trigger. It has a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster on it of negativity at the moment. On the top right-hand screen up here, Spoos is squeezing again. Woo! Well, we're going to do a split screen on the top up here. We're going to go with, what are we going to go with here? 1, 2, and 3. Bam. Oh, yeah, baby. We're going to do the middle one is going to be, we got the 10-year over here. We're going to do the Dixie over here. DXY. The Dix. So that's the Dix. Everybody likes the Dix, right? SPY. Right there. Oh, yeah, baby. And this right here is the U.S. government bonds 10-year yield. Well, do you guys prefer TNX? I don't know. Here, let's do TNX. We'll make it easy for you. We'll make it easy for the regards out there. TNX. Well, yeah, there it is right there. TNX. What do we got going on? I don't want no. There's TNX. TNX. This is, these red bars are support over here. 1 minute left. We'll see if this turns on. This is SPY. Make that 40 so you can see it. That's SPY. And then we got the big bad boy over here, the Dix. The Dix climbing right now. We got Dixie over here in the left-hand screener for you. All right. I think we're good over here. I think we got everything going on. It's 1 minute left. We'll see if this turns on. If it does, whoa. That's loud. Let's see if this is it. Hold on, I just heard music going. Speed normal, times 2 5s. Okay, should I use subtitles maybe? I don't know. See if we can crank this up. SPY trading 56.78. It's got a bull plane above it. Dixie getting a little bump right now.
The Senate will come to order. Let us pray.
I'm not seeing any video right now at the moment.
By many names, worshipped in many houses. In you we live, move, and have our being. Strengthen us now in the work that you have allowed.
I've got another.
That our country might know.
Here, give me a quick second here.
your justice, and your mercy. Center the concerns of the marginalized, and may the words of the prophet live in our lives. Let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness as a mighty stream. Grant that our work might bring good news to the poor.
Now I've got this one. I've got this.
In the name of the God who loves us into freedom.
I think this might be it. Can anyone confirm? What?
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I'm missing it?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
What do you mean I'm missing it?
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Am I missing it right now?
The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Wrong feed? Okay.
D.C., July 9, 2024. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia.
So that banking committee was wrong?
Signed, Patty Murray, President Pro
Give
Tem.
me one quick second here.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
One quick second here.
Nomination, Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, Patricia L. Lee of South Carolina to be a member.
Yeah, so it's not on yet. Okay. It's not actually on yet. Give me one quick second here. I don't have it up and running yet. The TNX is just ripping right now.
Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban
There we go.
Affairs will come to order. Welcome, Chair Powell. Nice to have you back. Good to have you first this time of year. Ohioans know, Americans know that our economy fundamentally is not a fair playing field. Instead, we have a David and Goliath economy where the largest corporations use their power to funnel all the gains in the economy to the top, aided and abetted by too many people in this room. Corporations squeeze every last penny from Americans' pocketbooks and workers' paychecks. They don't even try to hide it anymore. The biggest corporations are charging more for less. Americans are frustrated. No, actually, Americans are pissed off. They have fewer and fewer choices. Those choices cost more and more. Keeping prices down is part of the Fed's mandate, but as many of us have made clear, the Fed's main tool to combat inflation, raising interest rates, does nothing to address the biggest causes of rising prices right now, corporate greed. Keeping rates too high for too long threatens workers' paychecks while keeping other costs high, particularly housing costs. Housing prices and rents continue to go up. It's no surprise that since the Fed began raising rates, the amount of income families need to qualify for a mortgage has nearly doubled. Homeownership has long been a bedrock of our middle class, but today fewer and fewer middle-class families can afford to buy a home. Higher interest rates are making our country's housing supply shortage worse, not
Dixie
better.
blasting off right now.
More housing construction of all types.
Spy bleeding.
Rates lead to the opposite, and particularly make it harder for multifamily construction to work financially. Higher interest rates make borrowing more expensive for working families, whether it's for a mortgage or a car or anything else. Most people don't have the luxury of paying for everything in cash. And for the millions of Americans feeling their budgets stretched by higher prices, Taking on credit card debt to pay for groceries and other essentials has become an option of last resort. But as more people struggle to pay down their debts, credit card interest rates are reaching all-time highs. Last month, Director Chopra testified in front of this committee and explicitly stated that credit card issuers are charging higher rates far beyond what they need to cover their costs. Corporate greed rearing its head again. Banks are making record profits at the expense of cash-strapped Americans. Every month that the Fed keeps rates high, Mr. Chair, it costs Americans money by making it more expensive to buy a house and to borrow money. Higher borrowing costs stifle future economic growth, leading to fewer homes being built, leading to businesses making fewer investments in the economy, and eventually, if the Fed doesn't stop, leading to workers losing their jobs. As they set economic policy, I urge the Fed to weigh these trade-offs and remember whose jobs and futures are at stake. It's why I've worked with my colleagues to hold corporations accountable and will continue to do that. For instance, we fought to cap insulin prices for senior citizens. We'll continue to fight to extend this price cap on life-saving drugs for all Americans. And why my colleagues and I on this committee are working, it's why we're working to lower housing costs for more Americans. The Fed also continues its work to keep the banking system stable and ensure consumers' money is safe. Last year, the Fed and other bank regulators issued a proposal to update bank capital requirements, strong capital standards, and you've heard in this committee overwhelming support for strong capital standards. They're critical for the economy. It's our way of making sure that if Wall Street bets go poorly, which they
Did they just say Wall Street bets?
Executives and shareholders should pay for it.
Did they just say Wall Street bets?
Banks have spent obscene amounts of money attacking this Fed proposal. But you, the Fed, don't work for big banks. You work for the American people. Your concern should be developing capital rules that protect Americans' money, not protect bank CEOs' stock portfolios. The Fed needs to look past these shameless lobbying efforts.
Redico Burr, baby.
Rule in the best interest of taxpayers. Another dangerous piece of the Wall Street business model that makes our banking.
I can't believe they just said that.
Is incentive-based compensation. This compensation model rewards risky behavior.
New chairman of Wall Street bets, Chair Brown, baby.
Is more likely to fail. We saw the results of that model in 2008. We saw it again last year with the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature. Other regulators have moved forward with a proposal to rein in these reckless incentives, but the rule.
Thanks, JB Left.
Without your and the Fed's moving on it. This rule is long overdue. The Fed must join this statutorily required effort as soon as possible. The Fed also has the important job of reviewing mergers and acquisitions between and among banks. Over the last several decades, we've seen the largest banks grow into massive, literally trillion-dollar companies, while thousands of small banks in rural communities in Northwest and Southeast Ohio, in small towns in those areas and all across America disappeared. Consumers have lost trusted local banks. Small businesses have lost long-time, reliable banking partners. Regulators like the Fed have the crucial job of guarding against mergers that reduce or eliminate competition and lead to bank closures.
Holy shit, he doesn't take a break.
Letters to the OCC and the FDIC on their current efforts. I expect the Fed to take the proper steps to ensure that its merger review process is.
You're being nice about Wall Street bets being scum.
Finally, Mr. Chair, you must ensure the Fed has high ethical standards. Fed officials should never again be able to profit from their positions.
See if we can get it real time now.
By using confidential plans about Fed monetary policy and emergency programs to pad their investment portfolios. The board's latest update to its trading rules is simply not good.
All right, so we can get this in jump in real time here now.
But enough. It still fails to establish the clear penalties needed for Federal Reserve officials who make investments in violation of the public trust. A rule with no consequences is really not much of a rule at all. The American people need to be able to trust that the Federal Reserve works for them in a time of deep cynicism that people have about the federal government overall. The American people need to know that officials aren't abusing their positions for personal gain. As chair, you have an important role to play to make sure our economy works for everyone, not just for Wall Street. The Fed's regional banks must do their part to hear from people and other stakeholders in their 12 districts to understand their needs. I look forward to hearing today how the Fed will balance its dual mandate, how it will protect Americans' money.
That's Sherrod Brown, by the way, if you don't know who he is.
Of work. Senator Scott.
He's the chair of the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee.
Welcome back. Joe Biden broke this economy, and it's been very difficult to fix it. That's the bottom line. I want to start with the end in mind. Joe Biden broke our economy. It is very difficult for anyone to fix it. Everyday families are struggling to put food on the table. Real wage growth is being eaten away by rising prices.
Oh, yeah, they're all for election, dude. Joe Biden broke the economy.
Wages were eclipsed by inflation for 52 consecutive paychecks. I remember back in December 2020, in South Carolina, gas was $1.99 per gallon. Today, it's still $3.19 per gallon, a 50% increase in just a few years. So it's devastating to the average American family, particularly families like the one I grew up in, a single-parent household mired in poverty. When you see your gas prices up 50%, your food up 30%, your cost of keeping your house cool or warm up 25%, it's not a challenge. It's not unfortunate. It's an absolute crisis. And too many households in America today are living paycheck to paycheck, and they fear the challenges that are coming our way, the headwinds brought to us by the Biden administration. Those headwinds, of course, are seen through the prism of inflation. Inflation hasn't been this high since the Jimmy Carter years, and that devastation is being felt and measured in households by too much month at the end of the money. And that devastation is real for the vast majority of Americans. And the pointing finger, I tell you what, whether it's the Biden administration throwing the Fed under the bus or any other way they can deflect from the real problem. I've seen it, committee hearing after committee hearing after committee hearing. My friends on the left want to point their fingers at anyone other than the real culprits at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The progressive wish list, spending projects, and out-of-control regulations of this administration continues to eat away at American paychecks. And they continue to blame, whether it's shrinkflation, greedflation, skipflation. They're looking for someone to blame except for Bidenflation. The devastation of Joe Biden's economic policy continues to impact everyday Americans. The American people see through the facades and they want real solutions. It doesn't take a PhD economist to understand what the average American is experiencing under this administration. When President Biden and my Democratic colleagues pump trillions of dollars into our economy, those dollars increase the demand and pushes prices higher. It's that simple. The American people see and feel it every single time. And they see it, as I said earlier, the grocery stores, the gas stations, at the doctor's office. It's just undeniable the impact that this is happening. Just last week, we celebrated the birth of our country, the birth of this notion of freedom and liberty. But American families got slapped with the most expensive July 4th on record, with a cookout this year costing, on average, 30% more than it did just a few years ago. I call that hogwash. What's worse is that this administration doesn't want to learn a lesson in economics.
So so you got to remember that the last Senate hearing, right?
More regulation.
It was like a victory lap. Prior Senate hearings,
let's take for example,
lots of grilling and stuff and grandstanding, but not necessarily election grandstanding. You should see lots of grandstanding today. Absolutely, 100%.
Regardless of the constitutionality of their decisions. So it's important to ask, who are these billions of dollars of forgiveness actually benefiting? Well, the answer is simple. This forgiveness scheme will result in debt relief for 750,000 individuals from households with an average income of $300,000 or more. And just don't forget the fact that the average American family has a household income around $74,000. So what we're doing with this unconstitutional student loan forgiveness is actually asking the median out.
So I'm going to interrupt this guy as Scott here, Tim. I think his name's Tim Scott. As he's talking, just interrupt here and just read some stuff to you.
For students who live in households of over $300,000. $300,000. And the actual cost of this, somewhere between 870 and 1 billion and 1.4 trillion dollars. So why do I have to even ask the question? Why do we continue to punish American families struggling paycheck to paycheck with a new scheme to relieve households over $300,000 of student loan debt? Well, the answer is pretty simple. Politics. It's one way to buy vote after vote after vote for November's election. It's just hard to imagine. So while I appreciate your measured words outlining the Fed's work to cool inflation, I think it's past time we all recognize what is truly going on. Political pandering from the left. I strongly believe that our economy cannot handle any more of this wasteful spending. And if you disagree, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. But it's not just spending policies that stifle growth, it's also overregulation. And I can't think of a better example of overregulation than parking more capital on the sidelines through Basel III Endgame. That proposal itself would cost millions of Americans their chance to own a home, start a small business, and have access to the credit and the capital necessary to make their American dreams come true. For those who are actually
YWM bleeding off right now, trading its low from
capital requirements are like taking your star quarterback
Tuesday the 9th right now, testing that low.
sit on the sidelines because he just might get injured during the season. It's just plain ridiculous. But these proposed capital requirements would just do that, forcing more money to the sidelines of the greatest economy on the planet and out of the hands of
SPY strong right now.
home buyers, business owners, and folks trying to achieve the American dream. The stakes are high, and that is why we have to get this right. You've heard me say this a number of times, but it bears repeating. We need transparency in your rulemaking process, as this normal proposal lacks any form of clear justification. Chairman Powell, it is essential that you and your fellow governors and the other agencies join in this rulemaking, follow the law, do the homework, and then let the public check the work. And that's why I believe that it is absolutely necessary to have a complete re-proposal of Basel III Endgame. Give the stakeholders an opportunity to take a look at it and then recalibrate what is necessary going forward. Any increases in capital that are not quantitatively justified.
Just a note here that from Powell earlier, in some of his statements, he stated, we have made considerable progress towards the 2% inflation goal. Recent monthly readings show modest further progress.
Therefore,
key words there, modest further progress.
This rulemaking process, pull the existing proposal and have a complete restart. And then, when the data has been analyzed and is available for the public scrutiny, reissue an appropriate proposed rule following the requirements of the APA. I look forward to your opening statement and having a chance to have a conversation afterwards.
Thanks, Senator Scott. Mr. Chair, welcome. Thank you for your service and for your testimony today. Please proceed.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Over the past 2 years, the economy has made considerable progress toward the Fed's 2% inflation goal, and labor market conditions have cooled while remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that the U.S. economy continues to expand at a solid pace. Gross domestic product growth appears to have moderated in the first half of this year, following impressive strength in the second half of last year. Private domestic demand remains robust, however, with slower but still solid increases in consumer spending. We have also seen moderate growth in capital spending and a pickup in residential investment so far this year. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic, strong but not overheated. The unemployment rate has moved higher, but was still at a low level of 4.1% in June. Payroll gains averaged 222,000 per month in the first half of the year. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in labor force participation among individuals aged 25 to 54, so-called workers in their prime working years, and a strong pace of immigration. As a result, the jobs-to-workers gap is well down from its peak and now stands just a bit above its 2019 pre-pandemic level. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year. The strong labor market has helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past couple of years, but remains above the Federal Open Market Committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total personal consumption expenditures prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in May. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, also increased 2.6%. After a lack of progress toward our 2% inflation objective in the early part of this year, the most recent monthly readings have shown modest further progress. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% since last July, after having tightened the stance of monetary policy significantly over the previous year and a half. We've also continued to reduce our securities holdings. At our May meeting, we decided to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff starting in June, consistent with the plans released previously.
Cocaine, baby.
The monetary policy stance is helping to bring demand and supply conditions into better balance and to put downward pressure on inflation. The committee has stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress. And more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. Policy
He's edging you.
Too much could stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, in light of the progress we've made both in lowering inflation and in cooling the labor market over the past 2 years, elevated inflation is not the only risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will continue its practice of carefully assessing incoming data and their implications for the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and the appropriate path of monetary policy.
Spy bleeding now down to the half-hour trigger.
Independence that is needed to take a longer-term perspective in the pursuit of our dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on those goals matters to all Americans. I'll conclude by emphasizing that we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission.
He sounds coherent.
Look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the senior member of the committee will begin the questioning. Senator Reed.
Thank you very much.
Put them fucking over there fucking with each other.
Former President Trump has indicated that he would propose, if elected, a substantial increase in tariffs of between 10 and 60%, and by doing thus, eliminate the federal income tax. First, on the question of what would be the impact of tariff increases on prices, consumers, and the economy.
Thank you, Senator Reid. So I'm going to say that we go very far out of our way not to comment on campaign-type information. We just don't do that. We also don't comment on trade policy. We have really specific and important jobs, and we try to stick to those.
Well, I'm glad I allowed you to establish that principle up front, Mr. Chairman. But let me opine a bit. 10% increases in tariffs is going to have an effect on prices in the shop aisle. It's going to increase them because they'll be passed on likely. 60% tariff increases are significant. And in fact, I've been told that to replace the income tax, you would have to raise tariffs across the board 70% to make up for the loss of the income tax, which would, I think, create huge economic problems. I respect your impartiality and your neutrality, but the numbers don't seem to add up to anything that would help the country.
We'd have to raise it 1,000%.
To something else that might be more within your line of response. You said in your opening statement that the labor
2,000%, Jerome.
balance, and that's one of the key factors to judge whether interest rates can be raised. I must say I'm concerned a bit that we're not on a very faster track to decreasing interest rates from the Fed, and because of the better balance you cite. Could you comment on that?
Reed leans in, just says DFB.
The most recent labor market data do send, to your point, a pretty clear signal that labor market conditions have cooled considerably compared to where they were 2 years ago. This is no longer an overheated economy. This is an economy, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that is more or less back by most measures to where it was before the pandemic. And that was a strong labor market, but it was not an overheated labor market. So I think the upshot of that really is that we're well aware that we now face two-sided risks and have for some time. But now, the labor market appears to be fully back in balance. We know that if we move too quickly, we risk unnecessarily hampering economic activity and possibly interfering with the ongoing expansion. We know that if we move too slowly, that we may undo the good we've done. Well, actually, it's the other way. If we loosen policy too late or too little, we could hurt economic activity. If we loosen policy too much or too soon, then we could undermine the progress on inflation. So we're very much balancing those two risks, and that's really the essence of what we're thinking about these days.
But the direction seems to be going towards lowering interest rates at some point, we would hope. That would be a wish rather than a direction.
I think if you look at the last summary of economic projections, I guess I would say it this way. It doesn't seem likely that the next policy move would be a rate increase. We don't take things like that.
Just 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court handed down 2 decisions that impact every federal regulatory agency, including the Federal Reserve. They overturned the Chevron case, which had eliminated judicial deference to agency decision-making for many, many decades. And they also dramatically extended the statute of limitations under the Administrative Procedure Act. What is your judgment is the cumulative effect of these decisions on the Federal Reserve? More broadly, what does it mean to the economy if virtually any regulatory decision the Fed makes can be second-guessed by a judge?
The actual letter and intent of the law and following it carefully. This is a strong institutional value that we have. Those are brand new decisions that just came down, and we're really in the process of just studying some. I don't have anything for you on them, but we will, of course, follow the law as the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court has read it, because that's their job.
Well, thank you, and I concur with compliance with the law. But when you do your analysis, and if it is detrimental to your ability to regulate the banking industry in the United States, I think you have an obligation to make that public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Scott from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, we've heard a steady stream of commentary that there will be changes to Basel III endgame proposal. That can be seen certainly as good news. Some reports say it could be finalized as soon as August. Others say you are circulating a term sheet for a revised proposal. Through it all, this proposal will have outsized impacts on our banking system, from big to regional to our U.S.-based foreign institutions, as well as impeding access to credit for consumers.
Looks like I'm losing the stream on YouTube or on Twitch.
I said there will be broad and material changes. I believe this proposal is flawed, both in process and in substance.
Is the stream down still on Twitch?
And will you commit to withdrawing the existing proposal?
Crashing over here on Twitch.
Notice and comment process.
Let me update everyone on the status of all
It's
that.
back up and working again? Okay. We're back again on Twitch?
Several months, we've had, in fact, Vice Chair for Supervision Barr has held a series of discussions.
Looks like it's back up and running again.
Agencies around potential changes.
Okay, good. You can still see me? I think we lost Twitch for a minute there.
Quite a bit of progress on those, and are very close to agreeing on the substance of those changes. And I can't really be specific because nothing is agreed until everything's agreed, so I won't have a lot of specifics for you today. The question where we're...
It's cutting in and out. Give me just a quick second here. I'm going to turn some stuff off here.
Is that of process. So it is my view, it is the strongly held view of members of the board that
this might improve the stream.
A revised proposal out for comment for some.
Let me know if this improves the stream at all.
When there are broad and material changes, that has been our practice. We don't see a reason to deviate from that practice. It seems to be consistent with past practice and with the Administrative Procedure Act. So that's very much what we think. And
yeah, reset your Twitch stream at home, and it should kick back in.
And the OCC, we haven't reached agreement on that, but I'm very hopeful that we will. We're prepared to move forward when we do reach agreement on that.
Well, I appreciate most of your response there. I do want to discuss one aspect more of Basel before we move on to another topic. I find it very concerning with how much of this proposal, this process, appears to have been done behind closed doors. The Fed, the FDIC, OCC proposed Basel III Endgame last July. Then in October, the Fed began the collection of data to conduct a quantitative impact study on the cost of Basel III proposal, a study which I will note should have been conducted before any proposal was ever issued. Move forward to January of this year, Vice Chair Barr committed to a public comment period once results of the study were published. We are still waiting to view the results. Keep in mind, all the while, we're hearing rumors that the Fed is working on revising its proposal and moving towards an updated version. Please help me.
All right, we're good. I'm got some stuff going on here in the background.
Capital proposal before receiving public comments. Basically, my question.
Well, as you know, we have received extensive public comments, and we've also evaluated the quantitative impact survey that you mentioned.
Yes.
And so the idea would be when we do reach agreement with the other agencies fully, that we would publish the proposed changes and also the quantitative impact survey, and also the effects that the QIS suggests that the changes would have. So we'll put all that out for comment again for a period of time, and then having had yet another round of comment, and we can then move toward finalizing. That's basically the broad strokes of how I would see this moving forward.
And how long do you see that opportunity for public comments?
So it would be meaningful. I mean, it might be 60 days. We don't need to it doesn't need to be a long one. But, before we do that, there's a lot of work that needs to take place, before you actually put out the revised proposal. Quite a bit of work. So it will take some time, and then we would put it out, and then there would be, I'm just taking that number, 60 days of comment, and then we would get the comments back, and there would be another period of evaluating the comments.
Oh.
Only then would you go final. So there are a number of steps here.
Yeah, thank you. Well, just final point as I'm running out of time here. I think Senator Reid made the comment about the Chevron case and the impact that it could have, certainly in curtailing, from my perspective, the regulatory state. The necessity of a cost-benefit analysis on new regulations that will impact the economy, I think, is quite helpful. In the thousand-plus pages of Basel III, I think there were about 20 pages that reflected some kind of cost-benefit analysis approach. I really hope that we see more of that going forward.
Thank you.
Senator Tester from Montana is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the courtesy. Chairman Powell, good to see you here today. Appreciate your work. Look, regardless of where I go in the state of Montana, housing is a big issue, whether it's Billings or Butte or Bozeman or Busby or Big Sandy, it doesn't matter. Larger towns to medium-sized towns to small towns, housing is a huge issue. And I think it's a huge issue all over the country, and correct me if I'm not correct in that. And I was wondering how the housing challenges fit into the overall economic picture that you're seeing.
So we do.
If you're watching on Stretch and your Twitch and you're still cutting in and out, you want to reset your stream, just reset your webpage, should kick right back on nice and clean.
Pandemic, certainly the pandemic has created new distortions, and you know, monetary policy works through interest-sensitive spending. There is no more interest-sensitive spending than, you know, buying a house and having a mortgage. So for sure, our tighter policy is having an effect on economic activity in the housing sector. But I would also say the best thing we can do for housing is to succeed in getting inflation down to 2% on a sustainable basis so that rates can come down, so that the housing market can get back to what was the pre-pandemic normal, which is to say still a housing shortage, but not dealing with the kinds of specific things we're dealing with now.
So let me drill down a little bit. I'm speaking not necessarily from a housing cost interest, and you're correct on the things you just brought up. I'm speaking more from a standpoint of economic growth, and that there are plenty of small businesses, schools, hospitals, Main Street businesses that can't hire people, they can't expand because there simply is no place for them to live. How does that fit into your economic outlook metrics? Because I think it's, from my perspective at least, I think it's limiting the opportunity for expansion. It's limiting the opportunity for entrepreneurs, just business startups. And does that fit into the economic picture that you look at?
So our mandate is for stable prices and maximum employment. And again, I think for housing supply, the best thing we can do is get inflation under control so that rates can come back down, so that we can have a more normalized set of rates and a more normalized housing system. But I think policies to increase housing supply are really not so much in the hands of the Fed, they're in the hands of legislatures, you know, state and federal.
Do you believe that if we were to put forth some housing incentives, whatever they may be, that could have a...
This is not likely the next policy move would be a rate hike.
Affordable workforce housing on the market that would have positive impacts on the economy?
You know, these are questions for you, but I would say this, that I'm aware that housing is in short supply, and that for many it's a critical need for the workforce. Okay. And so more of it is better. But as to where the fiscal policy how you should prioritize that, that's not up to us.
Look, I want to talk about the independence of the Fed for a second, because I know that you are a strong supporter of independence, as am I, and political influence I don't think helps with monetary policy in the country, and so...
Just a note here that SPY is trying to close a bull plane to the upside. They have to first take out...
Thank you. I'd be glad to. So
556.89. The target above would be 557.30.
Operational.
Next target above would be 558.35.
Taking in extraneous factors, one of which would be politics, and the record is pretty clear that that's a good it's a good institutional arrangement that serves the public well, and you know we just want to stress, as we do periodically, that this is an institutional choice that we make as a country, and that as long as it's seen to serve the public well, it's a good choice. We think so.
Okay, on advanced economies, there's some that talk about the economy of this country not being in very good shape. From your perspective, tell me how the economy of this country is doing compared to other advanced economies that have central banks.
You know, so I'm in lots and lots of international discussions as part of my job, and the story for the last 2 years has been just how exceptional the performance of the U.S. economy has been, and that's not a secret. You know, there clearly the U.S. economy has performed very well compared to sort of our advanced economy.
Dixie with lots of supply at 105.100.
Bank, any advanced economy that's performing better?
Better as a central bank?
No, any economy that's an advanced economy that has a central bank that performs better than us?
None comes to mind. As I think of the majors, the answer would be no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Rounds of South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, thanks for coming in again and visiting with us.
The event vol beginning to roll off a little bit.
I'm going to start with the Basel III endgame discussion. I think Senator Scott did an excellent job of kind of laying out the concerns that many of us have had with it. I would like to go back into just one particular issue, which I think a lot of folks out there that follow this, and I know it's technical in nature, but let me just ask a specific question and you can kind of pick it apart for me, please. Both you and Vice Chair Barr have confirmed that there will be material changes to every risk type outlined in the proposal. Since there will be significant changes, do you believe where the agencies have landed now would be considered a logical outgrowth of the original proposal from last summer?
For those people who are not familiar with, that's the legal test for that turns out to be if it's a logical outgrowth. If it's not a logical outgrowth, that would legally require a reproposal. And I don't want to make the legal judgment. I will just say again, from my standpoint, my view and strongly held view of some of my colleagues on the board is that it will be appropriate for us to put out the changes again for a period of comment, just because it's the right thing to do. It's what we would do typically in a situation where there are, material changes to a proposed rule.
Do you feel that you have a consensus in the board to allow that to move forward in terms of an additional comment period?
Yes, but of course we have to get the FDIC and the OCC. We're in discussions with them to work on something that would meet that need, and we have to get their agreement too.
Assuming it sounds like that's the path that you would like to go down.
Yes.
If that were the case, would it be fair to say that we'd probably be looking at final determinations or recommendations for a Basel III endgame proposal probably into next year before it would become anything of a final determination?
I think that may be right. It's that something like that could be right. Yeah. I mean, it's you can't be. It's hard to be precise. We would put it out. It takes some time to write this stuff up. Then you put it out for comment. Then you get the comments. Then you read the comments. Then you write the final rule. Beginning part of next year is a good guesstimate.
The only reason why I push is because there are so many folks directly involved with this and the impact on our economy here and with a lot of our financial institutions. This is a significant change, and it's one that a lot of people are following. So I'm trying to get you to get into the depth of this as much as possible, and I thank you for that. I'd also want to go into one other area, and once again, this is something that you and I have had visits about in front of this group before, but I want to talk about what the parts of inflation are and what parts you can control and what parts, as the Fed, you really can't control. The demand side of the equation on inflation is the part that you have the tools to work with. But there is the supply side of the equation, which is still out there. And I want to just lay this out because as we do this in this setting, it naturally becomes political in nature because one of the starting points that we talk about is when this administration took office and what happens with supply side issues at that time. And as I work my way through this, I just want to share the concern that I've got. And then I recognize you don't want to be political in it, but I want to lay this out. And then I want to talk about what you can control and what you can't control with regard to making changes on inflation through the processes that you have.
Keep an eye on SPY here. You want to also see if SPY can breach 55.6.89.
Risen over 50.
You want that high tick over here on SPOOs.
Risen 41%. Fuel oil prices have risen 37%.
Want to watch SPY here closely. You want to see that high tick.
Energy has increased substantially. And I think one of the reasons for this has been additional demand as we've come out of a pandemic. But the other part of this has been whether or not investors really want to go back in and invest in traditional energy resources after the president made the specific determination to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline on the day that he stepped into office. We need to.
All you're looking for is about a penny, 55689, 55690.
Additional energy in the United States, and the fact that a multi-billion-dollar contract or contract could be canceled with the stroke of a pen. Now, my question to you is, what percent, or has there been a discussion about what percent or what amount of the inflation that we've seen, over 20% increase in terms of affordability for a lot of our products, how much of that is attributable to the demand side, and how much of it really is attributable to supply side challenges that we've seen in this country?
It's that's a question that we've thought about a lot, and any attempt to reduce that to a precise number would be inappropriate because it's so uncertain. But I think we can say, I believe strongly, there's a significant demand element and there's a significant supply element, and we've seen the supply side heal so much over the course of the last year or so, and we clearly see that that's contributing to lower inflation. We also see cooling demand.
There's the high right there.
So the two forces are working together. I can't really break it down.
That's good.
It wouldn't be. It would be such an imprecise estimate.
Just simply an acknowledgement, though, that it is both demand.
It's both. It's definitely
and
both.
it is supply.
It is both. Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have the bull plane cross below.
Chair Powell, unemployment has risen by 0.5 percentage point over the past year. The number of job openings has dropped almost 50%. The hiring and quit rates are now below pre-pandemic levels. I'm concerned that if the Fed waits too long to lower rates, the Fed could undo the progress we've made on creating good paying jobs.
If SPY continues to rip higher, keep your eyes on IWM.
Labor market.
There's an hourly and half-hour trigger rolling down over price. That's represented here by the yellow bar.
Considerable cooling in the labor.
So if you do see SPYs squeeze a little bit,
we have two-sided.
they could become stifled if IWM, watch my cursor here in the top left-hand side, reverses back down to the downside before it goes higher. It could, as they reset options and they murder volatility.
We have this challenging thing to balance them, but we're very much.
Two targets to the upside on SPYs.
Well, and you know that if unemployment
557.30
immediately to protect
and 558.35
Fed overshoots inflation target and causes a completely unnecessary recession. We will say that over and over and over again. I think you understand that. Housing, higher interest rates are making housing more unaffordable. Higher rates are supposed to lower cost, yet housing prices continue to soar. By keeping rates high, the Fed ignores the economic reality of the millions of Americans struggling to make ends meet and get ahead. Let me ask you 3 quick yes or no questions, if you would answer that way. Since late 2022, when the Fed began raising rates, has the volume of housing sales decreased?
I believe it has, yes.
Since late 2022, has the median home price increased?
I believe it has.
Since late 2022, have monthly mortgage payments become more affordable or less affordable for home buyers?
Less affordable.
Okay, thank you. In short, despite housing sales declining, the median price for a single-family home has increased by nearly $20,000. People are spending a greater share of their income and mortgage payments, so in some higher rates.
SPY retesting right now, back testing the 1-minute trigger.
It's clear higher.
Let's see if we can catch the rip now to the upside.
The cost of home ownership is only going up. Let me shift to the Synapse bankruptcy. Since mid-May, tens of thousands of people, including many Ohioans, have lost access to their money due to the bankruptcy.
Watch SPYs closely here. Watch my cursor. I've got SPY here. You can see how I drew it out. You were looking for the high tick. We got it. Came back down to retest for the upside move. That demand is still below.
Your job
at 556.50. Looking to make the next move higher now to 557.30.
To help customers who felt the impact by the Synapse collapse. What are you doing to regain access to their money?
So we do supervise the bank. We don't supervise Synapse, or let alone the fintechs that feed into Synapse. And we're strongly encouraging Evolve to do whatever it can to help make money available to those depositors. We also, as you may know, did an enforcement action against, before this all happened, we did an inspection or looked at Evolve, and we hit them with an enforcement action around these very risk management issues again, before the current situation developed.
Okay, it's critical that consumers are made whole as soon as possible. We will continue to talk to you about that. We will watch. We will let you know we're watching. The Fed needs to use its supervisory authority to ensure that Evolve is committing the resources necessary to return those funds to the account holders. Last comment, I want to note one last thing. Last year's Fed report on the failure of Silicon Valley Bank noted how incentive-based compensation
The dragon yelling out right now.
taking that led to the bank's failure. You either watched or had reports of when those bank CEOs testified in front of this committee. The report, the incentive-based compensation that led to the bank's failure, I mentioned, it said that SVB managers, quote, had a financial incentive to focus on short-term profit over sound risk management. That's what a number of us, Senator Smith, Senator Butler, Senator Warner and I have said over and over, that that short-term profit over sound risk management causes significant problems to our financial system. Compensation practices still pose a threat to our banking system. I urge you to move quickly to join your colleagues in the long overdue rulemaking on executive compensation. I mean, you know, you read the reports at the outrage of the public about executive compensation continuing to go up and up and up and up. You have a role, a significant role, a legal role to deal with that. Thank you. Senator Tillis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I want to be real quick on Basel III Endgame, and I want to be mindful of time. Just simply, can I get a commitment from you on releasing the results of the QIS?
Yeah, we plan to release the results of the QIS.
What time
Not just
frame?
well, first we have to get agreement with the other banking agencies, but as soon as possible.
Can you imagine any agencies having a concern with any other banking agencies having a concern with releasing it, or is it just a matter of
Not at
pro
all.
forma? Okay.
It's just a matter of the bigger picture of getting agreement on the revisions to Basel III and also how to proceed.
That's great, and I really appreciate the feedback that I've received from you. I should have started by thanking you again for your continued accessibility and discussions outside of the committee. They're very productive, and I appreciate that and your leadership at the Fed. I grew up in the 70s. Got my Social Security number in 1973 when I was 12 years old. That's when I made my first payment. So I've been following the economy even as a youngster. And that was a really lousy time to enter in the workforce. Tell me, and I'm hearing discussions among some of our members now that would almost be reminiscent of discussions with prior Fed members saying, look, we got to lower interest rates and we've got unemployment out of control. So it sounds like we're taking some suggestions from some of my colleagues or plays from a playbook that didn't prove to be very effective back in the 70s. What can we learn? I'm not going to ask you about where you go from here, but if we look back into a postmortem on some of the decisions that were made when we had consistently high inflation, we had consistently high unemployment. What lessons can we learn there, or what mistakes should we not necessarily repeat? And I know that this is a fingerprint of a challenge. It's not exactly like the stressors that we had back in the 70s, but what can we learn from the decisions, what I think are arguably the wrong decisions made back then when we were dealing with high unemployment and high inflation? What did we learn?
I think the number one thing we learned was that it's up to the central bank to take it on and stick with it until it's done. And that doesn't sound controversial now, but it actually was back then. And so people didn't really get in there and get it done, and inflation kept coming back. I also think there were significant differences this time to the questions a minute ago. This is a combination of a supply side that we had very significant supply shocks along with big
Dixie ripping right now. TNX ripping. SPY rechecking the 5-minute trigger.
I think we have to.
IWM weak.
Things is different in its own way. We try to learn the lessons of history, though.
You agree or disagree? Any disconnect between inflation and inflation expectations from the 2% target should be addressed now and not at a later time?
Absolutely.
I like that answer. I want to go to something different. I'm trying to go into a lightning round now and finish on time. We've seen the 2024 stress test results for the banking, U.S. banking system. It looks like to me, by every objective measure, we've got a banking system that's on strong financial footing. Do you agree?
Yes.
Wow.
One last thing is the Fed considers making broad and material changes to the Basel III proposal. Back on that one. Can I urge you not to overlook the second order issues important to FBOs and certain regionals to ensure the banks are not unduly influenced?
Choppy stream again. Hold on here.
The current proposal, for example, the outsized operational risk costs were high. Are we going to take care of that in any sort of reproposal?
Let me just say we're very conscious of the comments across the spectrum: foreign banks, domestic banks, small, medium-sized banks. Everyone's going to get heard carefully as part of this process. That is our obligation.
Okay. And I think in response to Senator Round's question, you did indicate there's probably, because of the nature of the likely changes from what Mr. Barr expected to what may ultimately come, we are going to open it up to comment again.
That's the strong view of the Federal Reserve. We're working on that question with the FDIC and the OCC to try to find a path to do that. But
Very good.
From our standpoint, that's essential.
I think it's a strong view from at least several members on this side of the dais here. That would be very, very important, because I think it's going to materially change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Tillis. Senator Warner of Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again. Coming this late in the questioning, I'm going to at least hit a couple of the items that my colleagues have otherwise already hit, because I make sure it's noted that I raised them as well. First of all, I want to agree with the chairman. I probably hear more on housing and housing affordability than any other issue, and I agree with the chairman. And I know we've discussed this around a rate cut, and I understand most of your answer, but I still want to.
Tony the Trigger inside of Discord right now saying that he's watching net flow and the tide
unlock that housing market. And again,
and they're setting up to dump. Maybe not today, but they're dumping calls during the testimony. Just a heads up out there.
I will not recap what I've done in the last couple hearings with you, but I do think the discount window proposal that I've gotten, that I know you're working on, before we think about additional regulations, and we do need in some cases. I think the discount window is an underused tool, was one of the original tools for the Fed. A lot of my colleagues have talked about quantitative easing, Basel III Endgame.
Just a heads up out there, I did turn off some more bandwidth in the background, so if your stream is choppy, just reset one more time. I just turned a bunch of stuff off in the background.
I also hope that one of the questions I raised in my March letter to you was, making sure any new regulatory structure, how it intersects with existing regulatory structure in terms of market risk, credit risk. And I, again, hope that we will have that as the revisions come out. I think one of the things that this debate around Basel III raised was that it is, my understanding at least, looked at, you may be all looking at revisions to liquidity standards.
If SPY winds up dumping, there's a couple targets for you. The first one would be
say about that
555.16.
Those standards are under review, and what your thinking is.
Yeah, and I think that actually connects to the Silicon Valley Bank questions as well, where I think there seems to be a need to update assumptions about.
Note too that the gamma flip is at 553 and some change.
And very important.
There is no significant put gamma to the downside. It's like a free fall.
That's the new
down to 550, I think.
Some estimate of what that world is baked into things like the liquidity coverage ratio, for example.
Right, and wasn't that the case? If you had 25 cents on every depository dollar leave in 6 hours, no matter what the capital standards are.
Yeah.
And one of the things, I guess, there was a lot of talk after SVB that we need to think about internet-driven runs. A lot of us raised concerns. Candidly, I'm not sure I've heard any good proposals. So whether it comes from you guys or from folks listening, how we think about this new internet-driven world. And frankly, I think some of the irresponsible behavior by some of the folks that.
Yeah, Tony the Trigger commented. He said, "I'm watching net flow and Tide right now, and I think they might be setting up to dump. Maybe not today, though." He did make that comment, but they are dumping calls during this testimony.
Well, and that kind of brings me to my last questions around supervisory reform. I know the GAO criticized the Fed's supervisory procedures in the role they played in the 2023 failures. It is a whole brand new world. Are we going to look at, will your changes to supervisory standards be comprehensive? Will they be one-off? How do you think about that in light of the GAO report and also in light of just the SVB and the few of the other failures we saw last year?
Vice Chair Barr is, who's Vice Chair for Supervision, is leading a process of looking at.
Take a peek at this here. This is KRE.
Thinking about how we can be faster.
KRE right now just parked on the daily trigger cross right now. It's holding up quite well at $48.
And tried to learn these lessons and then implement them in a way that is appropriate. So that's a big project going on at the Fed right now, which really Vice Chair for Supervision leads.
I think I remember lots of conversations with the chairman, with you, with the FDIC, and that Thursday through Sunday. And I think the solution you guys came up with, the administration came up with by Sunday night was a good one, but they were a pretty scary 3 or 4 days there. And it did seem like the process, I don't know completely how you get fully ahead of that, but I firmly believe that there should have been a clearer early warning system and trying to make sure that we wouldn't be in that kind of crisis situation going forward. And again, I would strongly encourage any additional thoughts on this technology risk and how we get that right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. In order, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our economy is slowing, is it not?
Yes, although still growing at a solid pace.
Our unemployment rate is rising, is it not?
Yes, it is, although the labor market is still strong.
Our labor market is slowing, is it not?
Yes, but I'd say unemployment is still, low by historical standards. But yes, it is. We've seen cooling. Yes.
Yeah, but 4.5 is bad.
Looking at the recent jobs numbers, I know you've glanced at them too. About 3/4 of the net new jobs that were created in June were in government, healthcare, and social assistance. What does that tell you?
So that's a concentration. You'd rather see broader job creation than that. Those three areas have, in some reports, they've been, as it was this time, they've been the predominant creators of jobs. That tells you that job creation is becoming less broad in the economy and it's narrowing.
It tells you that government's creating those jobs, doesn't it?
Well, it's government. It's also in-person services.
The government.
So some of it's government.
Manufacturing's been flat.
Yes, manufacturing's not creating a lot of new jobs these days.
Information technology shed jobs over the past 2 years, hasn't it?
I don't know.
Leisure and hospitality jobs have slowed to almost a trickle.
So that's a place where there was a desperate worker shortage, and they've done quite a bit of hiring, but they're catching up now.
I mean, 3/4 of the jobs that are being created in our economy can be related directly or indirectly to our spending deficits, can't they?
In this report, in this single report, I don't know that healthcare is really government spending. I mean, that's something people are consuming.
Where do you think these hospitals get their money?
They may get it, but I mean, people are not. The spending on healthcare is not necessarily directly related to deficits. Is my point.
I would disagree with you. I mean, here's my point. We talk a lot about expectations in terms of inflation. how if we expect there to be inflation, we'll get inflation. It seems to me that consumer expectations play a bigger role in the economy than we cede to them. Most of our economy in America is consumer-driven, is it not?
Yeah, someone's saying he was the guy that asked about the sex stuff the last meeting. This is the guy that asked about the sex stuff, water boy.
Listen to you cite the statistics about the economy. But most Americans don't feel good about the economy, do they?
No, and we don't tell people how to feel about the economy.
I mean, isn't it a fact that most people, if you ask them to define Bidenomics, they would say that's easy. We get to pay more to live worse.
I wouldn't touch a.
You know,
We need Joe Donut to interpret this for us.
Yeah. I mean, we can pretty this up all I guess my point is, and I know you're going to do this anyway, but I'd be really careful with this economy. I mean, people just don't feel better off today. And one can marshal a persuasive argument that, well, you should, compared to Europe or compared to China, compared to Canada. But feelings are feelings. People don't feel good about this economy. And it's primarily because of inflation. Let me use my final 30 seconds to ask you. I listened to my good friend, the chairman, give his opening statement. Do you think inflation was caused by corporate greed?
I hate to comment on something the chairman was speaking about.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, so I would just say we see at the Fed, we see inflation as when there's an imbalance between supply and demand. And we use our tools to work on the demand side of that and bring it back into line with supply.
I got 2 seconds. So when are you going to lower interest rates?
I'm today not going to be sending any signals about the timing of any future actions.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
now that is a difference.
Smith of Minnesota is recognized.
That's actually different. We're not going to send any signals. That's actually a change of verbiage.
Custer was on a bit ago. He was talking about how the U.S. economy has been outperforming
That's more adversarial than they've said in the past.
the world in terms of growth rates, in terms of unemployment, in terms of inflation, getting inflation.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big change.
We can all agree that we're not, at least from my perspective, we're not done yet. And we don't want to rest on our laurels. But I'm wondering if you could share what you think that we have learned from this experience. What have we done right? And why is it that we are doing better than some of the other advanced economies in the world?
I think that it's down to the fundamental strengths of our economy. So, as you may know, European economic officials are very, very focused on this question. They really, it comes up in all of our discussions. Europe has seen productivity increases of about 1% a year for 40 years. We've seen 2%. If you take a number and compound it at 1%, then compound it at 2%.
You could see Jerome too, just shaking his head like, "Ah, oh, fuck this guy again."
Their question is, why is that? Why is that? And the standard answer that Americans tend to give, and that I would give, is it's down to, more flexible labor markets. In the pandemic, people they stayed in their existing jobs. In the United States, we had people changing jobs at record levels, and that's the kind of thing that adds to productivity and it contributes to rising living standards, going back to school, getting skills, and things like that. Another one is our financial sector. We don't just have banks. We have a highly developed ecosystem of financing sources that will fund early stage investments. Banks are really not set up to do that. They're prudentially regulated. And so those are some of the things. And I think we just have these natural strengths as an innovative, more flexible economy. We can grow faster.
I appreciate that. I think sometimes there's a tendency to sort of trash our economy and to sort of say, oh, we suck. And actually, I think that there's great resilience in our economy. I would argue that it has also to do a lot with the incredible resilience of our workers. and their creativity and their talent and the training and the education that they have. And I think I would also argue, though I wouldn't expect you to make this case, that the way in which our federal government responded to the pandemic in order to make sure that people weren't evicted, that they had, they still had money to pay their bills even when they weren't able to work, meant that overall our economy, survived and was ready to kind of be off to the races when we emerged from the pandemic. But Chair Powell, I'd like to ask you a question, something that you and I have talked about, I continue to be thinking a lot about, which is the commercial real estate risk that we have in this country. I think particularly for office space, we know that has been under strain the last several years. The sector has remained largely stable, but we are hearing about some additional default risk. And one thing that I'm noting is that there's some expectation or concern that may fall disproportionately on smaller banks. I think that commercial and regional banks hold an estimated 2/3 of all the commercial real estate loans in the country. And so unlike larger banks, these smaller institutions might find it a little hard.
So just a note I want to interject here. Powell's saying that he's not going to send any signals about the timing of future Fed policy actions. Financial Juice is saying, I am not sending any signals, quote, today about timing of future Fed policy actions. You want to be paying very close attention to this and see how the algos pick up on it. That is a material change if it's not today. That he's not going to pre-announce. We'll discuss this later, but it is a major change, a policy change if this is accurate. Just heads up on that. All kinds of implications come from that. So we'll discuss it later after the hearing, but if the algos do pick up on that. Right now, Financial Juice is saying today, but I didn't hear the today part when he said that earlier.
That local concentration in commercial real estate. And, we're in touch with those banks. The supervisors and regulators are in touch with those banks and making sure that they can manage them. And it's
Dixie ripping on that comment, by the way, from Jerome Powell.
Trying to work through one that we're very much aware of. And again, it'll be with us for some time.
Thank you. I think so much about the importance of these small regional community banks in small towns, even big towns in Minnesota, and how important it is that
I'm not happy with that statement at all.
And better serve their communities in that way. So I worry about this risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Senator Butler of California is recognized.
I'm going to assume here that banks are fucking pissed. If I was a hedge fund guy listening to that right now, I'd be fucking raging. Or not even hedge fund, just big bank.
Since I'm the last one for today, you'll recall the first time that we spoke, I tried to...
Yeah, Super Gal. They don't have a... Kennedy and Powell have a really wacky...
monetary policy...
I think they're swingers or something. They must have like an outside relationship somewhere.
In the future, the work that you are doing.
It's like every time they interact with each other, it's wonky.
Climate risk. And what I see as potentially a future challenge down the road, and that is the state of commercial real estate. You and I have had that conversation.
Dixie now blasting trading 105.9ing right by supply like it's nobody's business. Trading R2. The daily trigger above is at 105.28 on the DIX.
Affordability and interest rates. I want to narrow the scope just a little bit to ask about those issues and challenges impact, again, the quality of life for America's next generation. Given the severe shortage of affordable and available homes to buy, coupled with high interest rates, young Americans are continually unable to afford homes and are pushed into a rental market, driving rental costs up. So there is sort of trickle-down impact here. A recent Washington Post analysis showed that Gen Z is spending 31% more on housing than their millennial counterparts were 10 years ago after adjusting for inflation. How do you view, that was a long lead-in to just ask the question, how do you envision or view the interest rates of today and the monetary balancing, policy balancing that the Fed is doing on contributing to the future generation predicament if we are to extrapolate the conditions of today?
So our job, of course, is the whole economy and inflation for the whole economy. And the absolute best thing we can do for younger people is to restore price stability so that as we benefited from, I graduated from college in 1975, near the end of the big inflation period. So during most of my adult life,
Then I crashed a bank.
has just been not a factor. And that means, stable interest rates, relatively low interest rates. We want to get back to that. And that is what the Fed's job is that we're not supposed to look at the housing market as separate from the overall economy. In the meantime, though, there's no question that higher interest rates are making it harder to buy homes in the short term. But in the longer term, this is the best thing particularly for younger people who are not yet in the housing market.
Let me sort of in line with that community, constituency, population, and definitely aligned with the concerns of my state that's actually facing some severe climate impacts, just as we speak with wildfires and our colleagues and fellow Americans in Texas and the impact of the hurricane. I wanted to pull in your sort of thoughts about the Fed pilot on the climate scenario exercise. In May, the Fed conducted a pilot climate scenario exercise and asked the 6 largest U.S. banks to examine their balance sheets and how it would be effective if a large hurricane hit the Northeast. They reported facing data gaps on property characteristics, their counterparties and insurance coverage. How does the Federal Reserve intend to invest in expanding the modeling resources for banks that are implementing climate-related financial disclosures?
So we haven't made any decisions on what to do with that information or whether to repeat that exercise. To your point, it was really a learning exercise. How are banks thinking about this, and how are they modeling it, and how does it work really? It's a very, very challenging thing to model. And so that was really the nature of this exercise. In terms of disclosures, we don't really have that's not really our job. That's really the SEC. So, but we don't have a big job on climate, but what it really is to make sure that the institutions we regulate are aware of and understand the risks that they run, including risks from climate.
And that they're prepared, and learning how to learn.
I'm gonna speed this one up. This segment here.
Pilot learning how to mitigate those risks.
Wrong way.
So what criteria will you use to evaluate whether or not you would run the exercise again and/or share more broadly the results of that exercise?
I think we did publish most of the results of that exercise. So I don't know what to say about that. We're looking at it and we're asking ourselves, what did we learn? What do we need to learn? Next time. So I'm not exactly sure what factors we'll be looking at, but we'll be doing a careful assessment of what more we need to do.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hagerty is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, welcome. Chairman, last week in Portugal, you said that
this stream is fucking slow as fuck.
Rates. You also said in your testimony that you need greater confidence in more good data before lowering rates. Can you give us any color?
This stream sucks from the Senate, from the bankingsenate.gov.
Data and how long it might take us to get there.
We need just to see more good inflation data. That's all. We had 7 months of good inflation data at the end of last year. Then we had a quarter, really a month or so, where inflation went up, and now we had one really good inflation reading and one pretty good one. We just need to see more so that the confidence rises.
Stream is way far behind from the Senate banking.
I'm not going to
are we weeks away, months away?
I'm going to try to avoid sending any really specific signals about time today because it's going to depend on the data. It also matters what's going on in the labor market, though. We've also said that if the labor market weakens unexpectedly, that could be a case for loosening policy as well. Really, we're weighing both those factors.
Here's one of my concerns. I'm sure you probably share it, but we're coming off of a 40-year high in inflation. We've seen the rate of inflation coming down, but we haven't gotten to the 2% target. And my concern, for lack of a better term, is whether or not this might be transitory in terms of the data that we're seeing right now.
That's exactly why we're approaching this question carefully.
I thought that might be your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we shift now to the issuance of Treasury debt? The Fed is the largest holder of Treasury debt, In February, you and I talked about the pressures that our fiscal deficit is exerting on interest rates, which by extension makes your job more difficult. I'd like to talk this time about how Treasury issuance is impacting our economy and our monetary policy. First, just a basic question. If Treasury issuance were to shift drastically, either to the long end or the short end of the curve, would that affect interest rates? Or maybe more simply, do changes in supply across maturities impact interest rates on the yield curve?
I mean, I think in theory they can.
Yeah, I agree. As you know, the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee recommends that T-bills comprise between 15 and 20% of total U.S. debt. Right now, the Treasury is issuing T-bills significantly above that recommended range. Some people, including myself, believe that this is being done to artificially stimulate markets in the run-up to the election. And it's shocking how little attention this is getting. Any manipulation of debt management of this nature stimulates inflationary pressures and increases taxpayer burden because it's higher cost to issue these bills. So given that Treasury is issuing an excess of short-term debt, which pulls down longer-term rates, isn't it working at cross purposes with your monetary policy goals of taming inflation?
So we take Treasury's debt management decisions. We don't comment on them. We just do our job.
No, I'm not asking for a comment on their decision, but just as a simple mathematical truth. If they're pulling down demand on the long end of the curve, doesn't that
I wouldn't say that has important inflation implications, no.
You know, it just feels to me the same way that the Biden administration drains the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that undermines our ability to respond to energy shocks. When the Treasury manages its debt in this manner, it constrains our ability to respond to future economic shocks. And that opens our nation up to very real risk, whether it be amplifying the effects of the Fed's balance sheet reduction, flooding the supply of one of the most important short-term debt instruments. The risks seem to me to be mounting for Treasury market disruption. I'd like to know what your thoughts are, Mr. Chairman, about how the Fed will...
One of our members, Legal Draft, went back and watched the segment with Jerome stating that he would not be sending any signals about any future rate cuts.
They don't have a
he did use the word today, so just a heads up, he did use the word today.
With this type of portfolio
honestly,
management.
it's just it's completely out of bounds for me to comment on Treasury debt management in any way.
I think you've been dealt a very difficult hand here, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration's policies aimed to gin up the economy ahead of the election. These efforts directly undermine your policy goals at the Fed. That includes excessive issuance of short-term debt. Think about it, Freddie Mac's backstop of second mortgages, unlawful student debt loan cancellations, the draining of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to suppress fuel prices, and President Biden's own jawboning of the FOMC to lower
Watch TNX closely here. This is a big supply zone here. This 4.32 and this 4.38.
Fed unique credibility in executing its mission. If the FOMC were
SPY bleeding right now,
calculation rather than economic data, it would severely damage the Fed's credibility as an independent institution. It would increase uncertainty in our markets, and it would jeopardize the dollar status as the global reserve currency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Warren of Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the CEOs of giant banks can boost their
Nick Timmeros releasing some stuff right now.
on more risk, they run the risk that they will end up running their banks into the ground. It happened in 2008.
Oh, shit.
Again in 2023.
There she is.
In 2010, though, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act. Section 956 told financial regulators solve this problem. 2 months ago, regulators put forward a proposal, but the Fed refused to join. Now, in 2018, you told this committee, Mr. Chairman, that you, quote, expect that banks will have in place compensation plans that do not...
She's worth bank, Oda Neuberger. Her husband is a market participant. She's one of the world's greatest traders, too.
Their own rules. So let's see if they actually have. One thing the proposal would do is require big banks to delay bonuses for a broad group of critical employees who are able to gamble with the bank's finances, like the head of a trading desk, for example. Chair Powell.
150 million, I think, Oda. I haven't looked, but I think she's worth about that.
Regulate themselves. How many of the 10 biggest banks have put policies in place to delay annual bonuses for this broader group of critical employees whose risk-taking could endanger the bank?
I don't know specifically. My guess is all of them. since the
So
financial crisis.
you're the regulator who said, trust the banks to self-regulate so we can avoid another financial meltdown or another bailout. And you don't know if they did or didn't do that?
Well, you make it's a very, very specific,
Yeah,
narrow
it is a
question
very
asking
thing,
about
because it's something a regulator should do. You think the answer is 10 out of 10? The answer is 0 out of 10.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Well, go back and look, because we've looked at their statements on this. Another thing the proposed rule would do is require the banks to consider flat out banning bonuses and bonus pay for executives who took risks that threatened the stability of the bank. So let me ask you this one, Chair Powell, in the 6.5 years since you said trust the banks to regulate themselves, how many of the 10 biggest banks now have policies that would require them to flat out deny bonuses to executives?
She's got 0 to 8550p guaranteed.
I don't know the answer to that. By the way, I never said trust the banks to regulate themselves.
I'm sorry, do you want me to go back and quote you again exactly?
Trust the banks to regulate themselves?
When you say, I expect that the banks will have in place compensation plans that do not provide incentives for excessive risk-taking.
Right, pursuant to the guidance that we issued in 2010, which is quite detailed.
And you have not issued a guidance since you made these comments, since you became chair. And how many banks have actually put in place?
Bunga saying her notes say crash XFL.
The answer is out of 10,
it was covered
0.
by the 2010 guidance.
No, you said in 2018 that they would put these in place.
I said they would have in place.
No, that is not what you said. So look, Chair Powell, the last guidance on this subject, as you say, was in 2010, which is before you were at the Fed. The Fed has now refused to join the other financial regulators in finalizing a rule implementing Section 956 as Congress directed. So my question has been, how many of the 10 biggest banks have done this? And the answer is 0. Dodd-Frank was passed 14 years ago. There are still no rules to stop banks from rewarding executives' risky behavior. When you were asked about these Section 956 rules or lack of rules in March of this year, you said, quote, that you wanted to understand the problem we're solving before proposing a rule. Chair Powell, the law does not say Jerome Powell, in his infinite wisdom, should decide if we have a problem with executive compensation. The law passed 14 years ago says executive pay is a problem that threatens the stability of our economy, so write the rules to rein them in. Finally, the other financial regulators have proposed such a rule, but the Fed...
I mean, she is kind of right? But she's just really nasty about it. Like bankers in general, I don't mean like the analysts and shit, but like banks, your like local bank, your regional bank, they're not the smartest tools in the shed. Let's be honest.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Vance from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Chair Powell for being here. I appreciate you coming by our office last week to discuss some of these issues. I wanted to ask something I imagine most
of the fucking grandstanding, man. Jesus.
The relationship between immigration, particularly extremely high illegal immigration levels under the Biden administration, and the persistence of the inflation problem. And I recognize this is not your policy focus, but you are the Federal Reserve Chairman, so I just want to get your views on this. And
I mean, she is right. Let's be honest. I don't know if you guys know this. If you guys know anybody that has a finance degree, they'll tell you the same shit.
Your governors. And this says, in a quote, there's a risk that increased immigration and continued labor market tightness could lead to persistently high core services.
Banks go bankrupt all the fucking time. Like regional, local banks, they go bankrupt all the time for mismanagement.
On rents, as additional housing supply may take time to materialize. With labor markets remaining tight, wage growth has been elevated at around or above 4%, still higher than the pace consistent with our 2% inflation goal, given trend productivity growth. The Bank of England, I believe, produced a recent report on this issue in the United Kingdom, obviously a different economy in a different country. But what do you see as the relationship, in particular, given that housing is such a big driver of the inflation that we've seen over the last few years? As Senator Hagerty said, the highest in 40 years. What role do you see illegal immigration playing in driving up housing costs, which of course is a main driver of inflation for American citizens?
Let me quickly start by echoing your first comment, which is we don't comment on immigration policy, but we do comment on inflation. So I would say this. Many people came into the country over the last couple of years, many of them through asylum requests, and went to work. Labor supply increased a great deal.
She was just yelling. She was just yelling.
My sense is that in the long run, immigration is kind of neutral on inflation. In the short run, it may actually have helped because the labor market.
She's pretty aggressive. I'm with that. She's pretty aggressive.
You're talking about housing specifically. There will.
We were just making fun of Kennedy too, so he's a guy.
Where new people coming.
We're making fun of a man and a woman.
Find places and exist where that will have contributed to an already tight housing market. But overall, in terms of aggregate inflation, I wouldn't say it's a driver one way or the other.
So I want to follow up on that thread, but just on that topic of particular areas that have been affected. Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record.
Spoo's still holding on to the half-an-hour trigger up here.
Part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern, straight from the horse's mouth itself. Now, this letter, I want to quote from it. Springfield has seen a surge in population through immigration that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents. And end quote there. And Mike.
Without objection. So
thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people. But it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences. But I want to go back to just one other question, Chair Powell, on this immigration and labor supply question. So one of the euphemistic ways in which economists, I think, sometimes talk about labor supply and immigration is they'll say something to the effect of, well, an increase in labor supply has put downward pressure on labor prices. And what they're effectively saying is that increased immigration has put downward pressure on the wages of American workers. I wonder, when you hear sort of your colleagues and other economists outside of the Fed talk about the influx of immigration and the fact that it, I think, admittedly has put downward pressure on wages. Okay, so obviously that has put some downward pressure on inflation, but it also puts downward pressure on the wages that people earn to pay for their families. Why do we see that as a good thing? Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe the premise is fundamentally incorrect, but why do so many economists treat an influx of new labor as a good thing? If labor is constrained, labor supply is constrained, doesn't that lead to rising wages for American workers?
So I'm certainly not trying to put a value judgment on it. I will say that this is all happening over the last couple of years in a context of an extremely tight labor market, now a little bit less tight, significantly less tight, but you've got a worker shortage, you've got businesses who have jobs that are open, you have, more than one job opening for every unemployed person. So you've got a very tight labor market, and it's addressing that, and we're having wage increases are still very high, but they're coming down to a more sustainable level.
Fair. And Mr. Chair, I know I'm over time. Could I just one more question on this? Thank you. I understand your point, Chair Powell, and again, I'm not ascribing value judgment.
Isn't Vince a veteran too? I thought he was a veteran.
We say we have a really tight labor market, and we say that there are more than one job openings per worker. There are two ways you could plausibly solve that, probably more than that, but two obvious ways you could plausibly solve that. One is through a new influx of
he's a Marine Corps veteran. He was in Iraq.
Another way is
I just looked it up.
Wages and bringing some of the workers that are on the sidelines. I think specifically of the 7 million prime age men that have dropped out of the labor force. Like, why isn't that more the focus of policymakers rather than, you see a labor shortage, rather than bringing in a large number of new immigrants, why not try to boost wages in a way that brings some of those workers off the sidelines? That seems to be a much better focus from my perspective.
Certainly, that's a very constructive focus. I would agree. It's not, I don't think it has to be one or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen from Maryland's recognized.
No, Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you. And let me first applaud you and your team at the Fed for, at least so far, being on track to bring down inflation without, so far, triggering a surge, big uptick in unemployment. But you know very well that that's a risk if the Fed does not act with full awareness of that danger. When you were here in March, you said that you were, quote, well aware, unquote, of the risk to unemployment of waiting too long to cut rates and, quote, very conscious of avoiding it, unquote. Since then, we have seen a slowing in the economy and a rise in unemployment. I'm just reading something today, an analysis with Diane Swank, KPMG's chief economist, who summed it up by saying, quote, the ice is thinning, red flags are emerging for the U.S. economy, unquote. The engine of the economy, the labor market, is cooling faster than previously known. The unemployment rate is above 4% for the first time since 2021. It is taking workers longer to find jobs. Economic activity in the service sector, which is responsible for 2/3 of economic growth, slowed in June. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is how do you take all of these factors into account? Do you share my concern that as of today, there is a real risk of an increase in unemployment larger than is currently on your radar screen?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do.
Nice. Someone just said in the Discord that J.D. Vance is trying to start a hedge fund and get money from the Ohio Pension Fund to invest.
Labor market conditions have now cooled considerably from where they were 2 years ago. And I wouldn't have said that until the last couple.
These are our politicians. He's in finance. He's in finance too.
The risks were more that we would fail to hit our inflation target. I think the risks as to the two statutory targets we have, price stability and maximum employment, I think those
I got you. I believe you.
Balance. My colleagues and I are looking at that, and we fully.
I don't fucking trust any of them. I don't trust. I don't care what party they're from. We had this discussion yesterday, didn't we?
Of administering the federal funds rate and deciding what to do with it in a way that manages both of those risks. And, the two mandates are equal under the law. And so, yes, we do get that.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you've seen that calculation change since you were last here, because I think the data indicates that.
What up, Matt Ryan? What up, brother?
Now of not acting soon enough to curb the increase in unemployment. And that if we allow that to go too long, we may see a real uptick there. And so I'm pleased that is very, very much on your radar screen, and hope that will be a really deciding factor as you and your other Fed colleagues determine what.
IWM bouncing on its S2 right now.
Interest rates. And as has been said in the housing sector, we are seeing the continuing drag created.
How's INTC doing this morning?
Rates. So that has been I think all of our.
Seeing as we're on Kava right now.
Are really hearing from our constituents, understandably, about the very high.
What up, Bork? Bork's down in Houston. What happened in Houston, Bork? Did you lose power?
As well. In my final minute, I would like to turn to the question that Senator Warren asked, because I asked your colleague, Vice Chair Barr, about exactly this question of implementing Section 956 of Dodd-Frank when he was before the committee just a short time ago, May 16th of this year. And I asked him about why the Fed had not moved forward along with other agencies with respect to implementing what the law is and what the law has been for 10 years. NCUA has signaled their intent to propose a rule. The SEC has indicated that they're moving forward. I said to Vice Chair Barr that I've not seen any notice of proposed rule from the Fed, and can I get a commitment that the Fed will quickly begin to process implementing this law?
I'm reading that, Bork.
Proposed rule. His answer was, and I'm quoting, "In discussions with my colleagues, it became apparent that at the board, we believe we need to conduct some further analysis before deciding what steps to take. We are committed to following the law, to implementing Section 956, but we have further work to do." Count me among those who are very frustrated that we're now 10 years after this law was passed. Vice Chair Barr committed to following the law. I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you would commit to following the law. But why is it that it's taking the Fed so long to move forward with implementation of 956?
So I like to look at the actual language of the statute when and what it says is it calls on the regulators to make determinations about specific incentive compensation practices.
Just a note out there, if you're from Wall Street Bets, INTC looks like it's waiting for a bunch of regards to get back into it again right now.
You know that we put in place pretty serious guidance back in 2010.
Although looks like it's bouncing off 89.16.
For 14 years, we supervise on it. And, so the question I'm asking is, okay, let's go out and look at what the practices are that are happening now, not that are happening before the global financial crisis when it was obvious that things needed to be changed. And we put the guidance in place. It seems to have largely worked, certainly as it relates to the large firms. And then let's design something that is designed.
IWM with a bounce. GME not reacting right now to it.
From 15 years ago and doing that. So and we're working on that at the Fed now.
Neither is AMC. AMC looks like it's got more blood to go to the downside.
Prescribe regulations or guidelines to prohibit those things. And I want to do that. In a sense, we have done
just very briefly, and is it your testimony that the Fed has already met the requirements of okay?
No,
just want to make that clear, and we do look forward to the Fed moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Tesla rejecting 260.
Alabama's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you.
As you know, I'm still long here. I got a price target of 278 on it.
Actually just touched on something, but as I was listening to the exchange from my colleague from Massachusetts and her closing remarks, particularly about Dodd-Frank and 956, there was also a comment at the end where she mentioned you working for giant banks versus the American people. Now, I have a long list of questions I want to talk to you about, but I did want to get you to respond to that.
Yeah, that's completely untrue. The things that we're doing are consistent with our international obligations, and they're meant to be the best thing for the American economy, and that's really our only consideration. We have policy.
KRE ripping right now. I brought it up earlier on the Discord. I let those guys know. KRE with a nice, gorgeous bounce.
Absolutely, thank you. Chair Powell.
They also have a daily trigger crossing above through the weekly trigger.
Debt proposal, and just think.
KRE's printing hard and heavy.
First, I have concerns that it blatantly undermines the tailoring requirement, and on that note, do you believe that 2155 will be applicable to the long-term debt requirement?
I think it applies to everything. Absolutely. And on the long-term debt requirement, we have voluminous comments that we're looking at carefully and thinking through the process of what to do about them.
No, I appreciate that because I do believe that currently it lacks a real cost-benefit analysis, and I think it really does need serious reconsideration. And additionally, when you take a look at it and its overlapping nature with Basel III, it seems inappropriate that we would move forward with a new long-term debt proposal, finalizing that rule when we don't even really understand what Basel III is going to mean for capital requirements for banks and obviously financial institutions. So my question for you is just that. Would it be inappropriate to move forward with the long-term debt proposal, finalizing that rule prior to Basel III being finalized as well?
I don't know that I would give you. I can't give you a clear answer on that. It will depend. I mean, Basel III won't be finalized for some time, but that's not to say we wouldn't reach a place where people understand and accept and support what it is that we're doing. And then I think at that point, we could certainly move forward with other rules.
I heard you mention to one of my other colleagues that probably by the time this all took place, it would be the beginning of next year. I would just say my concern, the Fed has said that the long-term debt rule will directly be impacted by the final Basel product. And so, why would it be inappropriate or appropriate to move forward with that before banks can fully understand what they're facing from Basel? So I would just ask that y'all are thoughtful about that. These are a lot of things that people are dealing with and trying to really understand the implications of. And I think we have seen consistently that people are not taking a look at the cumulative impact of these things and not really taking a look at the trickle-down effect. And on that, on Basel, when you testified in March, you said the Fed was aware and fully considering the potential impacts of a proposal on our commodities markets. And I do want to talk about that. The commodities market, our agriculture industry, is 1 in 5 jobs in the state of Alabama. It's 20% of our economy. I am a big believer food security is national security. And the proposal would increase hedging costs by 80%. Meaning banks would be far less likely or inclined to offer clearing services. So this could have a detrimental effect to our agriculture community and increase other costs providing food and fiber for our nation. When you look at inputs such as feed, seed, fertilizer prices, those have skyrocketed and prices have ended up just getting passed down to the consumer. I mean, grocery prices are up 21% since January. So do you believe that the revised Basel proposal will alleviate these concerns that our farmers and our ag community have had about Basel III? And has the Fed done anything specifically to take a look at this? And if not, will you commit to doing so?
So I don't want to get into the specific changes that we're going to make. I'll just say that we're very well aware of and very focused on that particular set of changes and, paying close attention to the issues you've raised.
I appreciate that. And I also hope that the Fed when you craft these types of regulation, you really consider the relationship between the economic impact and the ability of community banks to serve their communities as well. I have heard you mention that to another one of my colleagues, so I know that you're committed to doing that. But that is incredibly important to Alabamians and our main streets all across the state. In my last few seconds, I want to touch on one more topic. So finding solutions to expanding affordable childcare is a top priority of mine. And it is something that I know a number of my colleagues on
SPY recovering back
share an interest in and believe is an important issue as well. So Chair Powell,
I'm going to check something really quick here. I want to see the 4-hour.
To affordable childcare would positively impact labor participation in our country.
I do believe that.
Thank you.
Stowe of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Excuse me, Chairman Powell, thank you for joining us, and I always appreciate.
I got to check somewhere else and see where the SPY 1-hour price is.
Comment you made in the opening. Over the past 2 years, you said the economy has made considerable progress toward the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation goal. Labor market conditions have.
Dude, they're buying the fuck out of SPY right now. Just a heads up to you out there that SPY is.
Employment and
we've got like price being pushed down, but that's it.
And what we know.
Watch out if you're a bear out there, okay?
The United States has added over 15 million jobs. Under President Biden, we had 41.
Yeah, even on the 4-hour, they're buying it up.
You just said it again here today that wages are up as well.
If you want like a demarcation point out there, if you're watching the stream right now, if you want like the bull bear level for fight, hold on here.
Would you agree with the statement by a ranking member earlier today that the U.S. has the greatest economy on the planet?
I certainly would.
Let me ask you this. Jumping around, and there's been talks today about the Fed's independence and how important the Fed's independence is. The Wall Street Journal recently reported former Trump.
That's right where we are, like 556.29.
Options to weaken the independence of the Federal Reserve.
So, hold on here, guys.
Allegedly, former administration officials discussed policy options to erode.
There's a lot of upside movement right now in the market. What did I say? 29.
To impact interest rate decisions.
So, see this white line right here in the middle here? 556.29.
Is it that the Fed
that's like the bull bear
provide economic stability and anchor our inflation expectations?
A bull bear line 556.29 is kind of like the spot.
The good news
below it we're bearish, above it we're bullish.
Particularly on Capitol Hill, on both sides of the aisle. I believe that people do understand that we need
Carry up now 0.74%.
inside the political process to the maximum extent possible. Of course, we need to be accountable and tremendously transparent. If you look at the box in the Monetary Policy Report on central bank independence, it's really a box about transparency. That's the other side. So I think it's really important. I think it's an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And, and I do believe that there's pretty wide support for it.
And you just said that it has been intentional and institutional arrangement over the years for this very reason. Correct?
Yes, this is a choice that we make, and I think it's countries around the world, advanced economies, have all made this choice effectively, and the results are clear that you now have independent central banks, and you have better anchored inflation expectations, and you have better performance on inflation and better performance in the economy generally, which isn't to say there won't be shocks and crises and that kind of thing.
And then let me touch on a subject that one of my colleagues just talked about, because I was going to ask about this, which is our immigration. In Nevada, immigrants are extremely important for our economy. They're essential workers, doctors, nurses, and teachers in my community. Can you, without getting into other ancillary issues that don't impact what you do, can you talk about and elaborate on how immigration affects the employment rate and why you look at it and for what reason you look at the immigration issue?
So we don't, as you, just to make the point that you made, we don't take a position, we don't comment on immigration policy. We have no responsibility for it. It's not our job. But so we just look at the numbers and we sort of try to assess the economic consequences of immigration. And over the last 2 years, 2 years ago, we had an economy where we really had a labor shortage. And what's happened is we've had a wave of immigration, and many of those people have gone to work and gone to work legally through the asylum process. Not all of them. There's also a group that has not been legally processed, but many of this latest group have been have sought asylum and then gone through the process of getting a work permit. So what that means is that employers wanted workers, and there were more job openings than there were people actively seeking work or working, and so now you have a new supply of workers, and they've filled those jobs. So we have a bigger economy, but it's not a tighter economy because labor supply has increased the economic capacity. That's just the arithmetic. That's not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. There are other policy choices that could be made, and they're not for us to make.
When you say greater economy,
a larger economy.
In other words, it has improved the growth of our economy.
The economy grew 3.4%, I believe, last year. Mm-hmm. And some part of that was that, as Congressional Budget Office analysis showed, and to many's surprise, there had been a really significant uncounted group of workers coming into the country who had gone to work. And that's part of the story of how the economy managed to grow that much while inflation was coming down pretty sharply. Inflation came down 2 full percentage points during 2023 while the economy was growing at 3.4%. So, and while these people were coming in. So that is part of the explanation for why we had such an interesting and pretty good year in 2023.
Thank you.
Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. As always, all of my prep goes out the window with the last question.
BAC right now ripping into its its R3.
But the issue of workforce is important.
Its STXL is at 4184 and 4211.
Beyond even the people who come.
I'm hoping for 4750 before the market rolls over and the anticipated
don't come in
correction,
or even a skill set, or
between July 15th and July 19th, July 15th, 17th, and 19th,
to create a connection between economic demands for workers and the skill set and education that our immigrants bring to us. So
SPY now turning around.
Requires some sort of skill set useful in the economy. We don't do much of that. So that's just my speech for the moment.
IWM blasting off right now. If you're trading any of the small cap,
I've heard a couple of them.
Memes, some of them are running and some of them are not.
an illustration.
Kerry was blasting off.
But there's a large generation and transmission utility in North Dakota, rural electric cooperative, Basin Electric, very large G&T, members all over the upper Midwest. And they recently testified in front of the CFTC on Basel III, and they expressed...
Just a note that some of these bank stocks and regional bank stocks should likely come into some kind of volatility shortly here.
And I want to just give you that example. Now, remember, this is an electricity...
There's a small gap on KRE.
It's critical it remains reliable. It's critical that it remains affordable. And part of an electric cooperative...
Coming into that gap right now.
Of course, is how it buys the fuel that generates...
So watch out for a quick pullback if you're in any of these bank stocks.
They may
you got another gap to close above at 48.80 and 48.65, but you've got a gap that you're closing currently right at the moment.
Big swings at times. But they can hedge by buying it at a fixed price for a power plant. And it protects the cooperative financially.
Yeah, you guys know my take on Tesla already. I bought that shit at 143, then 173.
So do
I've got some lower stops and higher stops.
The cooperative can
I think that we're going to, or not think. I've got us going to 78. So
it's an upfront cost on the balance sheet between the cooperative and its bank, but it protects the reliability and affordable supply of electricity.
Tesla blasting off, trading 261.45.
The cooperative model itself.
I've got actually 280, but usually these sellers come in a couple dollars below.
Comment on it. You've already stated that there are going to have to be changes. I just throw that into your box of things to think about, and you're welcome to comment if you'd like.
I'll just say we're well aware of that issue, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, then, I'm just going to speak to this independence issue. I think that the senators that have questioned you on it are correct. I share that concern, as you know, that the independence of the Fed is essential. I have resisted moves within my own party to change it, but those moves are very narrow and not very, I don't think, very realistic. And I appreciate you pointing out that from what you can tell, at least on Capitol Hill, we're all pretty much united on that front. Perception does matter. It matters a great deal. And you and I have had discussions over the years on
Tesla, if you want a price target for today, 267.19.
We needed to spend to get through the...
You just made a new high, previous high from yesterday, so you might get a quick pullback here. If you're looking for an upside target on the day, 267.19.
To calls to rein it in a little bit when Democrats brought the...
But I'd expect a pullback here.
Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan to the forefront, and I think really basically
IWM now blasting off.
Inflation. But perception matters.
Keep an eye on IWM here because you still have this hourly trigger coming down. If you watch your screen on the top left-hand side of the broadcast here, keep your eye on this yellow box above in case we do reject. So you'd be looking for something like this.
Push to do
Hold on here.
I know you understand that, but
First you've got S1 above.
As long as you remain independent, I'll
down, up, down, up.
I think neutral is a good place to be. And by the way, you have one of those jobs where being boring is one of the most noble things you can be. So great job. Thank you.
We do our best. Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Warnock is recognized, who is decidedly not boring.
Now, just be careful on IWM. You're going to hit a bunch of traffic up in here. See my cursor right in here? You're going to hit some traffic up in here.
Shows inflation is in housing costs is gradually easing. That's good news. But many Georgians still feel the sting of unaffordable homes and mortgages. And one reason for this, you and I have discussed this, is that we aren't building enough houses. 2022 study published in the Journal of Economic Geography found that for every 10% increase in the housing stock, rents decreased by 1%. We've discussed this issue, particularly the effects of housing supply on housing costs, and we agreed that while...
So Powell's comments coming in as they've always been in his, or recently at least in his statements here from rate decisions.
New housing, particularly affordable housing.
This is also a nod for the July 31st rate decision
encourages home
to expect more of the same Fed speak.
the challenges that remain.
So, I mean, in the long run, the absolute best thing we can do for the housing market and for the economy is to sustainably bring inflation back down so that people aren't talking about it anymore. And it's just assumed by everybody in their daily lives that inflation will be around 2%, so we don't need to talk about it, which is where we were for a long time.
We're back to retesting this prior high on SPY again at 556.90.
Turn to the state.
Then we've got 557.30.
Which was to say,
and 558.35 to the upside.
It's not really a monetary policy issue. In the short term, though, I would say how tight monetary policy weighs on the housing market.
Don't forget, we also have the House tomorrow, and then CPI.
Sensitive spending, and housing is definitely at the top of the list of interest-sensitive spending. So we understand that we're suppressing. Not suppressing, but our higher interest rates, have led to lower housing starts and lower activity in the housing.
If you have any questions, you can go in the general chat of Discord, and I'll answer them for you.
So that the housing market can be on a better foundation.
Well, yeah, and related to that, when you have these high interest rates, of course, you see across the country, but particularly in a state like Georgia, these institutional investors who are coming into the space, and they're buying houses in all cash, boxing out first generation home buyers. And of course, the conditions for them doing that improve to their favor with higher interest rates. Would you agree with that assessment?
I know some of that's happening.
So if you're just joining us today, so a lot of my talking is relevant to the Discord. So we're trading a bunch of different tickers in the Discord.
Higher interest rates.
So if you hear me talking about Kava, NTC, KRE,
cheaper,
Tesla, any of those tickers, IWM, it's because we've got a big discussion going on inside of the Discord.
Outstanding housing stock. But it's not an issue. It's not an issue for us. They're a legal buyer of housing. Our job is really the whole economy. It's more of a question for legislatures.
So how can the Fed better deploy its monetary tools to ensure that we are meeting key inflation objectives like housing affordability?
I think the best thing we can do is is kind of what we think we've been doing, which is to move carefully as we think about loosening policy and make sure that we do that when we've got greater confidence that inflation is.
Earlier, Winky made a comment about
we're also keeping
Starbucks being a little bit long in the tooth on the downside.
To that too.
It's right now it's pinstriking 73.54. Keep your eyes on Starbucks.
You well point out that you're limited in terms of your influence there, and there is a role for Congress to be sure, which is one of the reasons I wanted to be on this committee to introduce a down payment toward Equity Act with my colleague, Senator Butler. This bill would help first-generation home buyers compete with Wall Street institutional investors by helping with down payment costs, closing costs, and costs to reduce interest rates. I look forward to continuing productive conversations with you. And
Starbucks about to retest its prior low down at 71.23. Not necessarily bullish on Starbucks either. It's in a pretty. It recently broke below its monthly trigger at 92 bucks.
Is this issue around home appraisals? And
so overall, we're not done going down, but its hourly velocity is at a max down here. So if you're looking at like a
brought to this task,
look back on May 1st,
and how are you responding to this issue of home appraisals?
You might get a quick bump before continuation to the downside on Starbucks.
And we bring all of the expertise we have in the housing market as well as regulatory, supervisory, and economic expertise generally as we look at that. And I'll also say that our strongly held view is that discrimination has no.
There's some accumulation on a monthly basis, but the quarterly looks like dog shit. There is a higher low and weekly velocity on it.
The agency's recently finalized a rule that creates strong
My target on Starbucks to the downside ultimately is 63
valuation
35, 63.35, but there might be a relief rally to close the gap above between 83.56 and 75.33.
You've not yet approved the rule
Starbucks, keep an eye on it for at least some kind of a recovery trade.
that was suggested by the CFO.
A breather.
They finalized the rule.
But do we, sorry, I'm not aware that it's a rule that we have to finalize too. Is that the case?
That is my understanding.
SPOO's looking extremely strong right now.
Okay.
There could be a rotation out of IWM into SPY for a little bit.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman Powell, thanks for being here today. Certainly, it's not lost on anybody here. Election season's in full swing. And so from now until Election Day,
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking bearish, Winky, on Starbucks, my brother.
Biden-Harris administration
There's accumulation going on.
attempting to sell
For what, a 3 or 5 year hold, probably something like that. But
financially,
it looks like it still has more down to go. But a relief rally looks in store.
than they were almost 4 years ago. When President Biden took office, inflation was at 1.4%. His failed policies drove us to the highest inflation we've seen in 40 years. I can tell you the folks back home in Montana aren't fooled, because in every part of their lives, inflation is not some kind of hypothetical. They see the everyday impacts of the decades-high inflation brought on by the policies of the Biden administration and facilitated by congressional Democrats. The cost of most goods and services across the economy are more expensive than they were in 2020, and that is a fact that no amount of political spin or mental gymnastics can make go away. Here's just a couple of examples. Breakfast cereal. Prices have increased 28% since January of 2020. Gas prices increased 36% from a national average of $2.63 a gallon to $3.58 per gallon. Egg prices.
Mr. Talking Monkey making a comment that the mellow market, considering Powell talking so long, they're not able to ferret much news out of him.
February of 2020. In this
Harushi, I'm gonna do LCID for you right now.
labor market.
Lucid.
President Biden and Senate Democrats are celebrating a victory lap in light of the recent jobs report showing a 206,000 new jobs last month. They're willfully ignoring the fact that more than a third of these job gains came from the government sector. Mr. Chairman, I commend you for the job you have done thus far in trying to rein in inflation. I encourage you to continue the fight despite the political pressures you may face. I'm also encouraged by the comments you made earlier this month about the dire need for Washington to address its fiscal imbalance. I couldn't agree more. I've said many times and continue to believe
I'm very bullish on LCID.
culture of reckless spending, of excessive borrowing is leading us down a very dangerous path by leaving future generations with mountains of debt. And I'm happy to hear you agree with that assessment. Mr. Chairman, given that it's an election year, you're undoubtedly facing immense political pressure to lower rates. Thus far, you've done an admirable job in using the tools at your disposal to fight inflation.
Oh, that's not true. You can actually get just the Discord membership. Bork is telling you that you can get just Discord membership. You can buy a la carte.
To see further evidence.
You have to look at the a la carte stuff.
So here's my question.
Do you want me to send you a link? I can send you a link if you like.
Looking at and looking for as we head into the next FOMC meeting, and how do you factor in this recent labor data, and certainly the significant part of that being government jobs?
So we're looking for two things, really. One is just more good inflation.
LCID, I will chart it out for you and put it in the Discord for price targets. I'll have that to you today.
And now we've had one good and one very good inflation reading, and we need more good data so that we can be confident that what we're
seeing. A la carte. You got to scroll down. A la carte.
It's going back down toward 2%. We don't need to see it at 2%. Right now we're at 2.6%. So that's on inflation.
Go to a la carte. You can just get a Discord membership. Get in there. In Discord, you can get all kinds of cool shit.
We've seen that the labor market.
We got like the pro tools from BBBot and Unusual Whales, Trading Ticks. We've got mentors in there.
And the unemployment rate has moved up.
People post their charts. You can ask people for charts, all kinds of cool shit.
Balance pretty
$20.
Much was in 2019. It's not a source of broad inflationary pressures for the economy now. but it's still a strong labor market. You know, 4.1% unemployment is a very good and historically low unemployment rate. So we have a mandate to support maximum employment.
Thanks for, you know what I'll do is I'll make it more, if it's kind of hidden, I'll change its location on the page.
Which is to say, you know, more than what we've seen in a material way, if we unexpectedly, then we could also respond to that because we have a dual mandate, and we now see the two mandates as more in balance than they were a year ago. Really, the focus had to be and was on inflation. Now we need to be focusing on.
You know, I got to be honest with you about Discord, okay? Now I could have taken sponsors, never did. Even to this moment, have never taken a sponsor.
Seriously flawed.
Number two, you're in my fucking chat right now. I want to talk to you right now because we're watching this stream. But I want to talk to you directly. That fucking Discord, I could have sold it. I deleted it. Had 3,500 members. Could have monetized that Discord and sold it off.
Could you share?
Discord was the reason that Discord is no longer free is because of the quality and the safety of our community.
We've had
bots, Russian bots, scammers, you name it, was infiltrating. Any free Discords out there are really bad. You have to monetize Discord. So I fully 1,000% disagree. And I have another fucking problem. I've been breaking my dick on this stream for 3.5 fucking years for free. Go fuck yourself. How about that? How about fuck you?
So that the public
straight up, you want me to work my dick off for free for 3.5 years? For you? For the fucking 6 figures it's cost me? Get fucked. Support the community. If you can't support the community with $20 fucking, get the fuck out.
This is the conversation.
It's that simple. I'll make it simple for you. How about that?
OCC.
Fuck off. I don't want your $20. I don't even want you in my Discord. How about that?
Very soon. I'd hope we would have done so.
Is that simple?
Do so.
Ban that motherfucker, by the way. Who is that guy?
Paul, I look forward to working with you to strengthen.
One of you mods go over there and ban that fucking guy. Get him out of here.
For the hearing record, they're due 1 week from today.
My Discord is dope as fuck. It's a community. Get the fuck out of here.
Questions for the record, 45 days, no more than 45 days from the day you receive them. Thank you for your testimony. The committee's adjourned.
You want a straight answer? I'll give it to you. I'm not your fucking furu on fucking wearing a polo. You want that furu, right? You can go out there and find them. They're everywhere. They're all over fucking YouTube. Go find them. Never going to be that guy for you. Sorry. There's a million of them. They're all over YouTube. You can go find those guys. They're going to tell you lies all fucking day long. You can go out there and I'll ban you in the chat and you'll watch this fucking stream to make money every day. All right, that's it. We're done with that one there. Let's close that one out. Hold on one quick second. Let's go over here to the main screen, see what we can see here. All right. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. We've worked very hard in this community over 3.5 years. I've never sold out to nobody or nothing ever. So the Discord, I got to talk to you guys about something important. Discord, right? It's really hard to run a free Discord. We would shed at one point, if we had never shed members, we would go in and cull membership. We would have had like 10,000 members in there. I never tried to do that, never scammed it out. None of that shit. Like, none of it. You can't call me out in any of that shit in public. If you ever do, we can always talk about it anytime you want. But that's the facts. That is the facts. All the mods, admins, they all know in the background what goes on. So I apologize, but that is the truth. Don't come in my chat. We're in the middle of a fucking live stream with Jerome Powell and start trying to call me out about money. You know, I'm going to tell you something else, too. You want quality. At some point, you need to have quality for us to survive over the years. You can go get free on this stream. Nothing has changed about free, about what I've fucking provided to this day, except for putting that Discord behind a paywall because of what happens with free Discords. The safety of my community relies upon that Discord being monetized. And if you want, go start your own fucking Discord and do your own fucking thing. Go get your own equipment. Go spend $15,000, sit here all fucking day doing it for free for years and years and years, And then reach out to me and let me know what's up. After you do that shit for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, every fucking session of the year. Come back here and tell me what your experience was. That shit doesn't fly with me at all. Sorry about that, but does not fly with me at all. You got nothing for me. I got nothing for you. I'm serious. Like, I gotta be serious with you guys. I'm here as most, like, for a live stream. You're talking about someone coming out here and doing a live stream that tries 5 days a week, year round for you. It is brutal. No one does that. You name somebody. I think there's one or two guys that I know out there. There's one guy on Twitch that I think does it every day. For 8 hours, nobody. You're talking about the entire fucking world. There's like maybe 2 or 3 people doing that. That's it. That's it. There ain't like 150. Everybody. Your boy, me, Kevin, ain't doing it. Nobody else. If you want that, you can go find those guys elsewhere. Seriously, I mean, I sit in this desk all day long. I could be outside swimming, running, biking, fucking doing whatever the fuck I want. So it's that simple. All right, so we're going to get back to some stuff here. We're done with that conversation. All right, let's go over here and look at SPOOs. Woo! Nice little chart right here. SPOOs trying to break above to the upside. And I got to take a pee. I got to empty the piss bag. You guys are like, oh, I got to go on Twitter and tell everybody Cap's going on a tear in a live stream. Somebody called him to ring the bell. They wanted to see him say something. I'm upset. Oh, come on, dudes. It's like so. Here we go right there. Let's see if SPOOs can break out to the upside here. Give me one quick second. I got to turn my shit back on. I got a bunch of stuff that I turned off here in the background. Turn this off here. Pivots. Watch this yellow bar here on IWM. I'm not your Furu. I got to make that shirt. I'm not your Furu. It'd be a great shirt, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck. All right, hold on one second. We got a bunch of stuff I got to bring up. Hold on one second. We got a bunch of stuff to do here. Ah, shit. Is that really still going on there? Oh, is that SQQ triggers? I got to save that there. All right, there's IWM. Here's the Dix down here. Close that out right there. There's Dixie. We'll leave Dixie in a 1 minute. Man, you know what I got to do? I should sell out for recently I just had some new offers come in for sponsors and I still haven't said yes to any of them. I should though, because they would pay a ton of money. Like a ton of fucking money. Like 5 to 10 grand a month on minimum. I shit you not. I literally sit here and here's a Dixie 1 minute chart. We got IWM up. Bam, bam. Let's see if we can get a bunch of this stuff rolling here for you. We're going to do the Qs. Hang tight, boys and girls. Let me put on some some soothing stuff in the background for you. I gotta go potty so bad. I really do. I gotta go potty. I've been sitting here going, I gotta go pee so bad, so bad. All right, we got the news squawker on in the background. This is the Qs. Qs had the top tick of 500 this morning. If you had the market brief last night, I told you top tick 500. We did. I told you we'd go down today, right? We're looking to go back up, though, down here. We didn't get as low as I wanted to see down here. This 495 area down here, didn't see that this morning. Half an hour trigger is holding up right now on the Qs.
So the EIA says U.S. oil output to increase by 40,000 barrels per day in July to 13.28 million barrels per day. That's the highest since November 2023.
You know, there's another thing, too, here that I don't talk about too frequently, and that is the seriousness of what we do. So I'm going to bring that up right now, too, as I set up these charts. There's another aspect to this as well, which is how serious we take what we're doing. This is real money that we're dealing with here, right? When things are absolutely fucking free, there's a lot of, like, noise, and you have serious people trading day in and day out. And they take winning and losing money quite fucking serious. And that's another aspect to this that is we don't talk about too much. So when you monetize something, even if it's a small amount, when you monetize it, people take it seriously. They put value in what we're doing, right? Everybody's serious in what we do here. So we had to divert. There was like a big thing here. There was like a moment where we had done this for free for about 3.5 years, and I was burned out. Mods are burned out. Developers are burned out. The cost to us was too much. And then we had the bots and the scammers and all like the freeloaders everywhere, the do-gooders. I mean real do-gooders. You know, I want to talk to you about do-gooders really quick. They're good people. I used to be a do-gooder. And I used to be a kind of guy that would be like, you know what? You can find it all for free. And I still agree to that. You can find anything out there for free. But I always still said, anyone that's putting hard work and effort and energy into what they're doing is worth paying. As a matter of fact, Derek Cotenoy, I have a lot of respect for. He got trashed one time for turning into a paid service. That guy gave his fucking lifeblood, giving it free of himself and his time in the marketplace. You should have no problem paying guys like that are out there doing it day in, day out, day in, day out. And there comes a time where you can't do it for free, and the cost to you is just too much. I can't justify it with my own wife. My own wife is like, this costs you too much money, too much time, too much money. Your love, your passion for what you're doing at some point has to be reimbursed. And so that does come up over time. But furthermore, there is that aspect of a do-gooder. We're going to talk about that for a minute. You know, when I first learned about, I call them Robin Hooders, not like Robin Hood, but like, not like Robin Hood, the trading site, but Robin Hooders tend to, this is terrible to say, but it's true. Robin Hooders tend to not realize that they can be a bad thing. Robin Hooders remind me of GME. I was an original GME trader from the OG, from when it was nothing. And you had people trading GME when it went up. And when Robin Hooders came in, right? I mean, people like swarmed. Millions and millions of people swarmed in. And the trade was dead because too many fucking people were doing it. Too many people were there. They think they're doing a good thing, and it's dead. And there's a point where it becomes almost cancerous. Our Discord, our free Discord, turned into fucking cancer for being free for such a long period of time due to that. And not only that, right? The Robin Hooders don't realize that the wolves are in with them. And when you get those critical masses of Robin Hooders and wolves, and they don't know who the wolves are, they're there to actually tear shit down, steal, all kinds of crazy shit. So being Robin Hooding is good, but you don't always, think that there's like a altruism to it, but you don't realize who you're swimming with. And you're actually swimming with a bunch of fucking sharks that are trying to do some really nefarious, shit oftentimes. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly, but it's true. It's there. Unfucking bearable Wall Street Bets became. In my view, Wall Street Bets died when GME rose. It's coming back. It's doing good right now, Wall Street Bets, but it died. And people say, oh, it died and came back, or that people have been saying that for years and years and years and years. But it did fucking die for a period. Wall Street Bets did fucking die, at least in my opinion. And a lot of others that were OG Wall Street Bet members. All right, here we go. IWM, Dixie, Qs. We're going to do 9-day VIX, right? VIX 9-day. No offense to any of you out there either. Free is great. And we've never changed what we offer for free. And your free experience with us has only been enhanced by us monetizing at this point. VIX 9-day getting straight shanked right now. Vol suppression. If you got the market brief last night, Gamma Labs made a very fair point last night on the vol suppression that's going on in the market, how it happens. I didn't want to say this on public this morning, but if you were watching closely in pre-market, that selling that was coming into the market, that was not like bears or market hedging. That was dealers finding a way to sell the market in the pre-market this morning. So check back on your market brief last night. Read that little section that I wrote to you about how dealers are surviving right now with this vol suppression. Dude, that daily trigger is almost there. Look at this really quick with me. I want you guys to watch something with. We're not quite there yet, but I want you to see something here. So this is the 30-minute 9-day VIX. And I want you to just pay attention to this daily trigger right here. We're not quite there yet. I want you to see this here, okay? So see this daily velo down here? And this daily velo is not there yet, but it's starting to want to make a turn down here. You see that? See that? July 17th, July 15th, July 20th. Just want you to pay attention to that 9-day VIX. Just a clue here, and you can actually see that daily trigger not so violently down, maybe wants to make a swing high here as we head into that late July period. See that vol suppression come down and then ping to the upside. Just be aware of that in the future here, that 9-day VIX. One second down here. Just keep your eyes on that VIX as we head into the end of July. Back over here. There's that 9-day VIX. We know that we're coming into seasonality for volatility heading into the fall. So you got VIX 9-day, IWM, Qs, bring that over there. Dixie, VIX 9-day. We'll do TNX next. TNX. We'll mute this right here. And this is really what I'm looking for down here. This TNX down here. Keep an eye right down here. I want to see this TNX right along. See this TNX right here? I want to see this TNX trade into the end of the month down here. And then ricochet back up around 4.2, 4.18. There's your TNX. That's on a 1 minute right now. What else are we going to watch today? We will watch Tesla, of course. Oh, yeah, baby. Get rid of that one right there. Mute. We'll leave that one up. Tesla coming into R2. Here is my target above here. There's 278. We're broken through the first level here at 261.71. So we'll write this in, Tesla. R3, this is the daily above here, 290, 282. I don't know that we get up there though in Tesla. The reason I got 278. So here's Tesla. The reason I got 278 is because fucking sellers love coming in. Not your Wall Street bet sellers. Real sellers like coming in before we ever get to the actual price target. So the actual price target's up here, this green bar. But I like to get out before we get there. Maybe I'll just make this one yellow. We'll make that one yellow, make that one red. We'll keep it standard. But I like that. I like that yellow box way fucking better. Let's go with the 30-minute. I gotta piss so bad. I guess we didn't need that. We got that right there. So there's Tesla on a 30-minute basis. There's the actual target. I get yelled at by bulls. They're like, "Oh, Captain, you got out. We went to the actual target. You're not a real Tesla bull." I'm like, "Yeah, but did you buy the fucking bottom?" "No, Captain, but..." So there's Tesla right there. We'll do UNG next. Let's do UNG. UNG with a bump above on their hourly trigger. A nice little rip earlier today. One note on UNG here. You failed to get the new high. So you did not get the new high on UNG. I'm kind of bearish here. And I wish that Texas got more hurricane. So UNG might not be coming back like we expected any higher. We'll keep an eye on it, though. There's UNG. It was quite bullish on its 30-minute. Let's take a peek down. You know what? It's got more upside to go, or at least on its daily basis, it says it does. Hourly looks a little weak right now, but UNG is still looking pretty good. As long as UNG, even if it comes back down to 1543, still bullish on it. I'll leave that down there. Now we got Tesla up, NVDA. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, that NVDA action. Just cranking, humming along, NVDA. End of the month, we got a target of 150. I'm going to take a peek. Just give me a minute. I got to get some of these rotating charts up for you guys. All right, there's NVDA. IWMQs, Dixie, Vix 9-day, TNX, Tesla, UNG, NVDA. You guys want AMD up today? If you are a pro trader, we are, just heads up, if you are a pro trader, you are getting updates on all the Mag 7 leading into their ERs all week long. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm doing a bunch. Tuesday and Thursday is doing a bunch for you so you can plan out your trades for earnings season. We'll do AMD today. Oh, yeah, doggy. Whoop. Remember this one right here? Had AMD swooping up here. Bam. Sold back down. Well, I guess we hit our target, didn't we? Get rid of that one right there. So we'll just clear it all out and start over again. It's on its pivot point now, trading 176.78. God, it wants to trade 200 so fucking bad, doesn't it? $193.88. I haven't checked its weekly yet. So we'll leave AMD up here for you. You guys want Amazon and Meta? You want to do TLT too? I'll do those three and then I'm going to take a piss. AMD, I'm going to do, you said Amazon. Whoop, right there. Slide that over for you. I don't know. I don't know about Amazon looking bullish here. I'll have to take a look at Amazon later for you. TLT. Yeah, you know what? TLT looks good. I like TLT. Good job on TLT. I like TLT. We'll take a look at that when I get back. TLT looks sexy. Love it. Like it a lot. Meta. Yeah, not as good as TLT. TLT looks sexy. Meta looks like it wants to pull itself back down here to like 520 and then go higher. I'll check Meta and Amazon for you guys later. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to put on a stream for you. I'm going to put on Garbageburg. Or maybe I won't. I'll just leave Garbageburg off. Spoos here just grinding sideways, just caught in the finger trap. No breakout for Spoos right now. $12:39 in the afternoon. If you're in the Discord, I'm going to give you an outlook for tomorrow in the Discord. I did order some new screens so that I could chart out expectations for the following day and post in the Discord for you. Let's take a quick look over at a Bookmap and see what's going on over there. This looks like garbage. This looks like fuck. This looks like dealers just like see it, take the money and run, doesn't it? This seems to be still a rotation into IWM and smalls. IWM wants to explode to the upside. IWM's velocity and triggers look great right now. Let me take a peek here in the background. I gotta piss, man. My kidneys are gonna kill. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm going to post a gamma chart for you inside of the Discord real quick. Updated gamma for you. SPX gamma. Take a peek here. See if there's any changes. This looks like the zone of consolidation, doesn't it? I don't see any big changes here. SPX gamma is the same right now. Still have that call wall above at 5,600. Then we got the two targets above 5650 and 5700. No changes on SPX gamma if you're a member. No changes. We are above local resistance currently. Call wall still at 5,600. Local support at 5550. Yeah, nothing. No change that I can see here in gamma. Nothing big. Yeah, the whole fucking market is just straight long. God, let me ask you guys a question. Like originally I had July 19th. That was my like get out of the market date. And I had an extension into July 30th. Everybody knows it's the 17th. Like everyone's parroting the 17th. We got Jerome on the 15th. You guys think they rug pull us before we get to the 17th? Should ask you guys that. I want to see. I think we got rotation into IWM right now. All right, yeah. All right, let me take a piss. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes.
Fed bids for 3-year notes total $9.4 billion. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do get the 3-year notes auction. So the US expected to sell $58 billion of 3-year notes with a prior bid to cover of 2.43 and a prior high yield of 4.659%. So just taking a look at a preview before this auction then. So lower yields and fair valuations and elevated near-term risks suggest further concession from Monday's closing levels would be needed for good auction results. That's coming from JP Morgan's strategists. So latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.5 million 5-year note futures. It's near a record and a possible source of covering demand. So dealer inventories in the 2 to 3 year sector were net long $13.6 billion in the week ended June 26th, as versus $8.9 billion average net long over the past 12 months.
All right, we're back again. Put Mafia. I don't think so. There's a few things going on here, I think. So we've got hold on, well, let me get rid of this thing over here. Get rid of this old man break time thing. Okay. Nope. Did I got that right? Yeah, I think it's tour. It's number one. It's tour. It's briefly. They're gonna come in right now. Oh, I see what you're saying. 12:22. They came in early. You're saying they're gonna come in again, maybe, and drop us lower. The hourly trigger is down here at 555.21. This to me, what this looks like to, if I were to guess, right? I was just in the Discord and I said, John L. and the dealers are sweeping up right now. We've got 3 events this week, right? We've got the Senate today. We've got the House tomorrow with Jerome Powell, right? I think we got the House tomorrow at 10 a.m. Or correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then we have CPI, right? So you got 3 potentially volatile events. This looks like dealers are cleaning up, doesn't it? We said earlier that you might get a delayed reaction where we don't actually go up. It wouldn't shock me to see us go down or trade sideways all day long and set up the rest of the week the same way until those events are done. Let's look at something else here really quick here. Let's look at the trigger full screen. So we get these moves, right? Big, huge moves up, right? Big, huge moves up, big, huge moves up, big, huge moves up. But what happens inside of these moves, right? Let's look at a 30-minute basis. Let's just take a peek here. And this is a cleaner picture, right? Consolidate up, consolidate up. And this looks like the start of a consolidation, doesn't it? So if we're at the beginning of a consolidative phase, you're basically looking for what floats your whistle. Let me hide this really quick. So just take a peek here. This looks like consolidation, doesn't it? Nothing really to fear yet here. Let's look at a 1 hour and 4 hour basis, okay? Just take a peek here at the candles. So you can see you've got price suppression here, price suppression here. It's a one hour basis, right? Let's get a 4 hour basis. These are where the buyers are down here, right? Buyers down here, push it all the way up. And you can see we already had a low yesterday of 555.67, right? We were buying that low yesterday, weren't we? Because we got these guys back here pushing. They get their print, and then whoop, we come right back down here, right? Let's look at a daily basis. Just see what's going on in the daily candle. It's kind of like halfway right now, right? Right in the middle. See that? Like right in the middle right here. The buyers came in yesterday. This is last known support right here, right? So we'll snap a couple lines right there. Right there, we'll snap a line right there. And we will snap another line right about there, right? That's where the buy zone is down here. Right? This is the 8th This is Monday the 8th. This is where the buyers are. We know for the week, at least on a weekly basis, we know that
5 minutes time now.
this is where the buyers are, right? This is where we were buyers yesterday.
$8 billion in 3-year notes.
Trading right around here right now. So we sold the open today, didn't we? You guys all got the market brief last night. We talked about selling the open. So where do I want to buy? Well, on a weekly basis, I want to buy down here. I mean, I'm greedy as fuck, aren't I? I want price to come down here to buy, but they're going to want me to chase to go higher, aren't they? Some people haven't sold yet. They get weekly calls on. They're getting burned right now, right? So where do I want to buy? Where's real support? Down here. Weekly real support's down here at 554.19. Can we get down there? I don't know if we can get back down here. So 554.19 though is kind of that spot, right? It's that sweet spot right now. I know there's demand there. I'm guaranteeing it. And there's something else we can glean here, and that is right here. Bring that up a little bit here. So there's more buyers right here at 554.97. So 554.19, 554.97. And here, we'll actually write this in. Let's hold on. Let's go back to a 30-minute basis. Right? And we're going to write something in down here. We're going to write last known buyers. Or last known real buyers. These are all daily dip buyers, but we know they're down here, right? We know the gamma flip's down here. We go back to a 1-minute basis. Just look at it. Got my green box down here too, don't I? Are these guys marching higher? Likely, huh? They're likely up here now, aren't they? Likely a little bit higher as the hours and time passes. Last known buyers chasing price higher. We also have these daily intraday buyers right here, right? We got buyers right here. They were earlier, they were on the half-hour chart, right? Or the half-hour bar. They bought all this. So we have early buyers in here, right? Well, these are some nice early intraday buyers. We have a higher low right here. So this all looks positive and good, but we are stuck in the right now in the consolidation finger trap, right? Cleaning up, sweeping all of these buyers and sellers in here, right? Let's set this up right here. Oh, wait, give me one quick second here.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
Give me one quick second here. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me one quick second right here.
Year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Hold on here.
2%.
I just locked my kids outside. So I'm not bearish here. Give me one quick second.
Shortly expecting results for the US 3-year note auction. The Treasury is pretty comes at the top of the hour. Auction results will follow a couple of minutes after this.
I locked my kids outside. Such a bad dad. So let's go back to the trigger screen really quick. So overall, right, we have last known buyers down below. They're probably moved up a little bit to this hourly trigger right here. We have intraday buyers right here. Right, intraday buyers. And no, it's not DD. It's not on I or here. Damn it. right there. Intraday buyers. So what are you looking for here, right? Buy the dips, right?
7% ahead of the $58 billion auction.
Buy the dips here, buy the dips here, buy the dips here. We know that these intraday buyers are working their way higher.
7%.
Marching higher right now. Fairly easy to see, right? We know that there's some sell. You know that there's some sellers here.
So again, we're now shortly expecting the results of the 3-year note sale. On release, I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio.
Some sellers right here. So if you're looking for a breakout, right? What are you looking for here? We already know, right? If you're looking for a breakout, you're like, hey, Cap, where do I buy? What do I buy, Captain? If you're a bull, at least, what I would say to you would be you're buying down here, right? You're buying here, you're buying here, buying here, right? You can take that trade to here, to here. That's it. Take that trade here. That's all you can take. You're out of the trade right now. You should be out of the trade. If price goes higher than that prior high right here, right? You catch a new high, comes back down, the 1-minute trigger comes up. You would be safe-ish. Everything's risky, but you could be safe to trade the breakout, couldn't you? But you don't want to be involved in this part of the trade, do you? This is where it gets dangerous in here, where they sell down on you, right? Trap you again, trap you again. So you want to see that confirmed breakout above that prior high back here, don't you? So let's just keep watching this as we get into the close. Keep your eyes on this. This looks like buyers are in control. We're not below the hourly trigger. We don't have a cross of the half an hour going down. Buyers look like they're in control. So it's all positivity. But you don't want to get trapped in here and get sent back down either. So you're either buying that half an hour trigger or you're waiting for the breakout above, right? New high, come back down, 1-minute trigger comes in, and you're like Johnny on the spot right here. Bam, stops underneath.
9%. The US sold $58 billion in those 3-year notes, awarding 78.35%.
Let's watch how this plays itself out into the close.
14.78% of the sale.
Vol control gang in the house right now.
6%. Indirect.
We're going to bring this one to 6 p.m. Line them up for tomorrow's volatility. And we're going to talk briefly about here about what? We got a new high just then. New high. Look for buyers to step back in here. And I'm going to put this up for you for some upside targets. There's your first target right there. There's your second target right there. There's your third target right. There's our 4. That's a big red bar. There's another big red bar right there. Bam. Right there. Turn that off. For the main screen. $557.30. We almost got it. And then SPX Gamma still has more room to run. SPX trading 55.89.69. Still not trading 5,600. Just note as we go up to 5,600 that there will be some supply there. So if you want to snap a line on a separate window on 5,600, you can say, I'd be trying to get out in a big way when we get up there, right? There you go. That works, doesn't it? Right about there. Oh, yeah, IWM's pumping right now. If IWM actually breaks out of that channel, if IWM breaks out of right now today, 203.43, it's going to fucking moon. Well, we got this bullshit to deal with too here. This 204.
The U.S. Treasury 3-year yield dipped slightly.
This is a lot of supply up here.
They last up around 1.6 basis points.
Here, I'll draw it
across the assets as well. Dollars saw a little bit of weakness come through following that tail on the auction. S&P, a little bit of strength came through.
IWM. Draw this in for you right here. Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, that's okay. That was fine to see. I'm fine with that. Something like that. I don't know if we get this today though. I really want to see us hold above this though, right here. I don't want to get back into that finger trap. $557.30. Oh no, we talked about that, right? Nope. You want to go above there. 50 right there. Yeah, I think that's a little. I think I'm being a little aggressive here. My target today was 55.70.31, so that's pretty fucking close, right? 557.21. It's a pretty good day right there, right? Pretty good day right there. Can I look at Oxy? Yeah, I can look at Oxy. Look at a couple things here. Didn't I think I already looked at oil this week already, right? I thought I looked at oil for pro traders. Look at Oxy really quick. Someone in Discord asked about Oxy. Ooh, yeah, it looks sexy as fuck. Super sexy. Hold on here. We'll do that one again. Oxy looks great right here. Oxy looks great, but it also looks like it wants to. Oh no, your weekly trigger's turning up on Oxy. Well, let me take one more quick look at Oxy here. 30-minute basis. It looks really fucking bullish. Looks really fucking bullish. So does an oil though. That's a one count right there. Oxy. I think Oxy is going to go even higher than this. I think I'm being conservative on this. It's turning up. Oxy is turning up. Taylor, I gotta post this in the Discord. Save, make that smaller, put this in the Discord. Citazo and Harry. A couple things for you guys. So Citazo and Harry. We will talk about hedging soon. They brought up in the Discord about like December puts and how they should pay. There's an argument to be made for taking the trade right now. I fucking hate dealers. Dealers are kind of a pain in the ass, aren't they? I would say take them farther out in time than December. Even farther out in time than December if you were going to enter them this early for an election volatility trade. I don't think we're ready for an election volatility trade, but I think as we get closer to the 15th and 17th, we will be. I would entertain the trade in another, how many sessions we got to go here? I'd entertain the trade on Friday or Monday of this week. Entertain it. But we could extend this market all the way into the end of July, too. And we have a fucking rate decision on the 31st. So there's a lot to discuss about that. Amazon's looking bullish right now. I said it was looking bearish on Amazon. Oh, man, it's getting close to a top, though. I got it going to 205. It's right at 200, too. I can't say anything about Amazon right now. I mean, it's sitting on its pivot point. It's got an upside target of 204.25, 205.75. You guys want to break out on Amazon, don't you? Its daily velocity is not necessarily coming into a top. I guess I should say I'm bullish on it. I shouldn't say that I'm not bullish on Amazon. I am. I love TLT over here, though. TLT is gorgeous. Comes right back up, back test, back test. You were looking at 2026. It's hard. Here's the problem with not problem, but I want you guys on your own. So we're discussing these puts for hedging for election, pre-election volatility, and expected market expected
Now, $9 a year for
correction
time service.
that's expected to come in the middle of July. 15th, 17th, 19th, 31st, somewhere in there in that range. The market participants are all either long Mag 7 or they are in protective sectors. It's a lie that they're in the greater market. It's a lie that they're in quality stocks. They're all in Mag 7. That's what they're in. They're in Mag 7. They've got some protection, probably bought some VIX, bought some vol for later in the year.
In 23, spot $152 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Loading up an XLU, which I think is a little bit early, but they're in anyways. Their horizon is probably out in October, November. October, November, but like a payout by like September, October, somewhere in there. Anyways, or a payout before then, but you get the point, right? So, what I don't like is that we have 30% of the positive gamma rolls off on the 17th of July. That's another window of weakness for the market, right? I think number one, price is going to matter. Price is going to matter. It's always price or time. It's like price or time, but what I don't like is if there's there can be a stampede where real money selling comes into play and amplifies a downside move. There's also, do people get out early? They don't wait, let's say, for the 17th or 19th. They start selling out by the 15th. And that's next Friday, right? They just wrap it up and get out. There are a lot of people that are already out of the market. There are a lot of people that are in Mag 7 at a very low price. And they're like, yeah, I can weather this storm. So they don't really care as much. So I think every investor and trader's risk is going to be different when that roll comes. I think you can hedge it now, but I think the problem with the hedging it now is like if they squeeze us to fucking 57.77, it like totally fucks you, right? You'd need to have like everybody exiting the market, bankers exiting the market all at once to run over dealers, have dealers amplify the move for it not to matter. Ooh, blood right now. Woo. Woo. Intraday buyers being taken back all the way down to the bottom here. I'm in no trades right now. I'm in nothing. You guys know where I want to see it go. You guys got the market brief last night. I told you where I want to see the price go for me to buy, to be a buyer. Nope, we'll bring that right back down there. Get rid of that one right there. Intraday buyers right here. They're still here. They're still buying right now. Sorry, I'll bring that back so you can see it. Last known real buyers. This is where I am yesterday, down here. I might be interested in buying this down here. 3-year note auction bid to cover ratio is 2.67. Let me see. 2.67. Previous was 2.43. No movement on TNX right now. Did NVDA drop? That still looks pretty good to me.
It's time now at the bottom of the hour. We're expecting possible comments from Fed's Bowman.
The NVDA looks just fine. Just come right back down to its hourly trigger. Hold on, I'm going to open up my account now. Hold on a second here. I had to shut down like everything earlier today. There we go. Sign in. I'm looking to buy a dip down here. So we got July 10th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. 12th today. We got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I might not be willing to buy anything down here. I'd like to be a buyer down here, I'll be honest with you. Nope. Hold on right here. One quick second here. Where do I want to be a buyer? Yeah, maybe right there. No, maybe right there. That's where I want to be a buyer, right there. If I can get it right down there. Right there is where I want to be a buyer. I don't know if I'll get the trade, but somewhere down in there. Sending us all the way back down again. Finger trap of death. No outside trade for us to the upside. No confirmation on a 1 minute back check here. Did not get a new high. Hourly trigger at 55.37. I want the blood down at 5.55. Last real known buyers is slightly lower. Yeah, right there. That's where it is. 5.10. Right down there. I just looked at calls on Friday. They're super fucking expensive. Yeah, just be patient. That's right. That's right, Uncle JBJ. Just be patient. 10% correction. I saw the call for that 10% correction. I saw the 10% correction thing. Who said that? Bubblicious? There's a lot of talk out there about a 10% correction and how they're more common. I know about that 10% correction. How there's been like 36 of them in the last 50 years, or 75 years has been 10% correction. At least within every 2 years. We haven't had one in 2 years. We're due for 10%. It's not a big deal. Just let it happen. Yeah, it looks like it was the auction. Looks like it was the auction. Let me see here. 3-year auction. Oh, yeah, there will, Winky. I'm with you on that.
So in 5 minutes' time now.
Do you think we get the monthly or no, Winky?
From Fed's Bowman.
You gotta go back to the Discord over here.
The Fed's Bowman speaks on promoting an inclusive financial system, followed by a Q&A at an event in Washington.
Yeah, David's saying Wilson wants a 10% correction because he missed the boat. Oh, yes. Yeah, you saw that, David? Okay, so David saw it too. Was that Mike Wilson that said that? Oh, I think it was Mike Wilson that said it, David. He wanted the 10% correct. You guys want to see it? Let's look. You guys want to look at it really quick? Let's look at the 10% correction he's talking about. Hold on. Let's go look at it. Yeah, bro. Let's take a peek. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's just look at it. Hold on. Should I just delete all this crap right now and come back and rewrite it all? Oh, I can hide shit. I can hide. No. I don't want to hide anything. Let's look at it. So let's do it on SPX. Hold on here. I think I can do a clean up. I'm not on the SPX chart, so perfect. All right. Let's talk Mike Wilson. Great. Whoever brought that up, good job. So we've got, let's just pretend, let's assume that we fail. We just fail basically by July 15th. Let's say we fail this. Okay, we fail that right there. We fail that. Well, I got a better one for you. Hold on here. I got a better one for you. Hold on here. I got a better one for you. Hold on. We'll see if we can find anything here. So, all right, we're gonna go back to, we're gonna do something different. PE ratio. Nope, not PE ratio. Wrong one. Hold on here. JPM collar. This is a good one to use. This is a great one, actually. So here's the collar, right? We're above the last month's collar. Back test to go higher, right? Let's have an expectation. You guys know the bearish seagulls, right? Depending upon market direction, it pays for the other side of the trade. If you get up here, it pays for this side of the trade. And if we go back down, they make double. If we were to go down here, it pays for the upside trade. If we don't go back up, it pays for this side trade. I've done this before, but I'm not going to go into bearish seagulls anymore or right now, but I will in the future. Let's just assume that we trade or attempt to trade this, and right around there we fail. And a month, July, we fail. We start heading down.
Possible comments from Fed's Bowman. Again, they are speaking on inclusion in the finance industry.
We're just going to make an assumption there. 10%.
Hearing from Bowman at this speech.
So that's about 10% right there to the weekly trigger. A seagull sound. People are like, people like, we're going to go into this whole, like, what do they call it? Old man astrology is the collar. That's not true. It's not astrology. There's a whole bunch of reasons for these. Other people follow them. The market is tied to it. There's like low volatility. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going on that fucking road with the collar. I used to go on and on about it a long time ago. I don't bother anymore. Let's just assume that we're going to trade this. Mike Wilson's being pretty... Now, Mike Wilson's been wrong a lot, right? Past 5 years or so. I mean, he's a known bear, but he has been wrong a lot. of late. I would say that Mike Wilson calling for a 10% correction is not so bad. He's not calling for a recession right now. He's not calling for a trade down to the monthly trigger.
Do you want to stay up to date with the
I would recommend if you're in the Discord and you were saying, hey, should I put on
sign up today
some like 20 or like December puts or 2026 puts, I would run this trade through and see, do you actually get, like, can your strategy account for, or you go long short. You actually buy S&P 500 right now, and then you buy the puts for the downside, right? Or you're selling puts now for the middle or end of the month, and then you're buying, you're buying puts and selling puts. Like what trade would work really well for this would be a ratio spread. Would probably work really well. You take the upside part of the trade off, and then you leave the downside part of the trade on. But I don't think this is that bad. I don't think Mike Wilson is that bad calling for this at some point in Q3. And we'd still be in line for what? We would still, even if we traded all this, like bloodbath down here, 10%, we're still in line for up here. And that also goes all the way back to the discussion of they're all in Mag 7. Do they care if we have a 10% correction? Nope. No, they don't fucking care, do they? They can actually stay long and still be up on the end of the year. Are we calling for a 10% correction? We are. I have, right? You've heard me say this a million times, that we should get this. Now, back in February, we didn't, did we? Wrong place. But we did get it in April, didn't we? Got that pullback. We actually just kept going higher, but we had eventually got the pullback down to the weekly. They say we didn't get a correction, but we did. It was a little bit delayed, but we got one. I'll even prove it to you right now somewhere else. Hold on. It was a little late. But I also want to talk to you about something else here, too. Here's SPX seasonality. We fucking missed that one, didn't we? We got it back over here, but what do? They counting that one and that one as together? Like, is this... But in a bull market, I guess you could count that as one corrective move, right? And actually, as we come into this 15th, do you see how we statistically we have like range expansion? So we actually do this. We'd actually get the full 10. And then we plunge, right? Maybe not that aggressive. But we plunge later, is my point, later in the year. So there's a few things to talk about here on this. There's a few things we have to talk about. That we have to talk about something here. No, we'll go to SPX. I would still warn you. 4 hours, does that work? Yeah, that works. Now, here's your weekly trigger down here, right? We could easily, come up here and trade this and then just fucking ping pong down here. And then not until we get into September Do you actually get like that whoop right down September 1st, and then boom, blood for the last part of the 10? The one problem with that is that the weekly comes up in that time period, and then you'd be trading the weekly or the monthly at that point. Well, that's 5,100. So is it really fast? Like, do we get the bloodbath, your bloodbath all the way right here, or is it like knockdown, drag out? So do we break the weekly trigger? Actually, this would stop going up, would start trading sideways. And you're still holding 5,000, 5,100. We could actually have 5,300 up here if we go with the weekly trigger. It might not even be as bad as you think. There's your 10% right there. But you might not even catch the 10. You might only catch the 7 or 8. Remember, we're in a bull market. So even if you put that trade on, I don't know, I would say it's either a two-part trade, a trade to here and then a trade to there, or I would keep yourself a little bit more in the money, and if you get the second leg, it's a bonus. You might not even get the 10%. He might be a little aggressive on his call, because as time passes, and if we grind sideways in here, it could destroy even that downside move. So probably better to be and this is the last part of this conversation. I really want you to, I just showed you that seasonality chart, right? Where we didn't get the correction. Well, you got a delayed one. But like this thing here is a question mark. You're talking about doing this right now. If it's later, does your hedging pay? And this might be raised, right? This might be raised to like 5,300. So you might only get 7 or 8%. Not that it's going to happen like that, but you have to account for that in your bearishness and when you're timing it and all that kind of stuff. And we are in a bull market. What I would say to you would be this. As usual, we're not in a bear market. I want to show you the difference between a bear and a bull market really quick if I can. The difference between a bear and a bull market. Very important difference. You get price coming up and coming back and checking the weekly, the monthly, right? Weekly, monthly. We had a crash in here, but the weekly never crossed the monthly, did it? It was already telling you that this would be short-lived. But there are some things to take from this. And I want you to pay attention to this, okay? Very important here. Notice how the daily trigger never crosses the weekly trigger. And once the daily trigger does cross, you got price comes down, comes back up, gives you another opportunity to get out of the motherfucking market. But you have the cross of the weekly and the daily and the weekly. It's telling you we're going to crash. It's actually telling you, it's predicting a crash. Just triggers, not even velocity. We'll talk about velocity another time, but same thing over here. See how it doesn't cross? But see when it does cross right there? See how you do get the cross of the daily trigger? And you were still given another fucking chance to get out of the goddamn market, weren't you? So my point to you is this. Unless we are in a bear market, unless we are in a bear market. BER, market, unless we're in a bear market. How do we know? Daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger, right? That's how we know we're in a bear market. And they give you a chance to get the fuck on out. We know this before it even happens. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. So if we're not in a bear market, you're not in sell mode. So when you're thinking about trading a correction in a bull market, you're forced to trade trigger to trigger. Let me say it to you again. So you're kind of fucked as a bear or a seller, where you have to go zone to zone. You have to, you can take it to the daily trigger, but that's it. That's all you can do. If you get a rejection underneath with a new low, you didn't get the new low right there, by the way, you can then trade that zone. Makes sense? If you get a new low, you can then trade that zone. So you're basically a zone-to-zone trader in a bull market. When we enter a bear market across, you're going to wait for another squeeze. And you're no longer a zone-to-zone trader. You can then go full fucking port. Like, I'm just fucking short. Fuck you, we're going down to the depths of hell. So if we're in a bull market right now, right? We have not had a cross of the, even if we sell this, right? If the daily trigger is not following to cross, you're stuck as a zone-to-zone trader. So the only word of warning I would give to you as a bear out there would be, and even when you get the cross of the, even if you did get the cross of the daily trigger, right? Even if the daily trigger crossed, you would still say to yourself, fuck, I gotta wait for fucking price to squeeze back up one more time, right? Now you can become, fuck your zones, fuck your triggers, Cap. I'm just short. So, just a couple words of warning would be, if you're gonna short for the correction, I would say you're stuck. You're stuck waiting for price to break below the hourly trigger, reject and get a new low, and then you can be Johnny on the spot to the daily trigger. It breaks through, woohoo! You still have to unload your short position and wait for the squeeze higher and then trade just that one. Why? Because what I just showed you in the seasonality, this fucker could just keep going on the daily trigger. We could fucking melt up the whole year. We could not even hit the weekly trigger. We're like, oh, we're going all the way down there and woof, right back up on you again. So you're kind of fucked as a bear until you see the cross of the daily through the weekly trigger. It's difficult to time as a bear when you're in a bull market. So I would say to you, if you're going to get aggressive and like, you're going to get like, you're getting all bared up, you're lubing up, you're shaving the fucking hair off. I would say to you, in a bull market, you have to be tactful. Now, you guys saw me trade as a bull in the last bear market, right? I had to be tactful. I had to be like, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. I had to have people come to me going, Cap, I'll just go bear. I trade better as a bull. But did I ever sit there and go, this is the bottom? Fuck no. When you're in a bear market, it's the opposite for a bull, right? You can just be tactful. I'll take it, and we're now underneath the, if you're a bear, you're going to be like, we're underneath the hourly trigger. I'm going to take this shit right down to the daily trigger. Take my money and run. Wait for the new low underneath the daily trigger. I'll take it to the weekly trigger. Now, we can't have hindsight 2020 vision either. If this correction turns into a major correction or turns into a bear market, you still can't take that fucking trade and make money with hindsight vision. There's too many examples of you fucking failing doing it. That's what sucks about being a bear in a bull market or a bull in a bear market. So even if Mike Wilson's calling for 10%, I think he's being reasonable. I would not be shocked if we traded sideways that he doesn't get his 10%. He might get his 7% or 8%. But I don't think he's being particularly overly bearish. And I would stress and warn you, I need to stress to you that when you're getting all bared up in this, because we're in a bull market, don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. Be tactful. Be tactful. You have to be as a bear. In a bull market, you have to be tactful. And 2020 vision does not help you. You can't come back to me in 3 months and go, fuck you, Cap, we did get the 10%. It started on the 17th, the 15th, and it ran straight down for 2 weeks. Hindsight trading is bullshit. For bulls and bears, doesn't matter. You need to have these rules and tools in your toolbox so that you survive this market for 20 fucking years, 10 years, 15 years. You have to. You have to have these tools, these rules. You should be writing this shit down when I tell you this stuff too, because you will only survive that way. Late night last night, I went into our stocks. Late night last night, I went to our stocks, and I looked up Motley Fool, and they had some like astroturfing Motley Fool, but there were some long-time stock traders in there, stock pickers, stock traders that are in our stocks, and they had some great insight. They were discussing. Someone was crying. They were like, "Oh, I bought a bunch of stocks on Motley Fool, and I lost a bunch of money." And some longtime market participants, retailers, said, "You know, if you are going to be a stock trader, where I buy a stock, you are going to be wrong. You are going to buy stock when we enter a bear market and get caught. You have to learn to be patient if that happens to you." And these guys were dropping nuggets of wisdom from time and market. So when I tell you this stuff, it's very similar. It's time and market to tell you that we're in a bull market, and you likely, as a bear or wanting to capture this corrective trade, you have to be aware of all the pitfalls, and you likely right now need to be tactful. And 2020 vision is bullshit, and a lot of people are trying to blame Motley Fool, which I don't like those guys, but a lot of people are trying to blame Motley Fool until the guys that have been in the market for a long time came out and said, "Quit your bullshitting. Just quit your fucking bullshit. If you're going to be a stock investor, this is going to happen to you, and you need to be able to suck it up If it's a corrective movement for 3/4 of a year or a year and a half, you need to be quiet, sit back, and wait till your stocks come back again. There's no big question here either. There is no big question here as either. If the rules, I have videos on these on our website. If we break below the hourly trigger, it's predictive. If we break underneath, and there's some other predictive stuff with velocity, but you can tell we break underneath the hourly trigger, right? We got a new low. You're short with a stop above. Trade it down to the daily trigger. We break through it. You got stops above. You take the next trade down, and you staircase it down. Daddy chill. But there's pitfalls here. There is risk to a bear that's like, I'm going to fucking slam the sell button on July 15th, and we melt straight up into the end of the year. You guys remember last year, right? What happened? We all had predictions, and what happened? Right? There was going to be no holiday rally, right? We bled all the way down until what, October 12th? And then what do? We went straight fucking up into the end of the year. I think it extended, right? January, February, or some shit like that. It was insano. Matter of fact, that shit hasn't stopped, has it? So I can tell you that we're going to correct in late June or July. We could trade sideways. We could have trade sideways, dump down really fast, then we're off and running to the end of the year. We could melt the fuck up and have a 10% down month, and we could trade sideways, right? And have 1 week of 10% down. There are all options are on the table for what can potentially happen in mid to late July into October 1. So, and that's a long period of time, right? It's a whole fucking quarter. So if you're going to sell this, even if I tell you the 15th or 17th or 19th or 31st July or whatever, all I can show you is the history of this. There's a window of weakness. All this gamma rolls off. All this other stuff. I can show you one thing, though, that's important. If you think we're going to crash, I can show you right now if you want to see that we likely don't. I can show you right now. It's fairly easy to see. Right here. We're not done accumulating on a monthly basis. We're not done accumulating on a quarterly basis. And we are not having declining velocity on a monthly or quarterly basis. When we get declining velocity on a monthly or quarterly basis and prices are heading higher, a divergence, that means the banks are selling and not telling you. That's when we're topping the market. So we're not topping it just yet. And Mike Wilson's not calling for a crash either because he fucking knows that the market's not at a top yet either because they use the same fucking shit. And none of these people are selling. All these people are still in. Still in the market. And they're not selling. They want that goddamn 5,900 and 6,000 end of year. Last night I was looking at, you guys want to see something fucked up? All right, I get everybody's expectations for end of year. From last year when no one was calling for 6,000. You should see how fucking low they are. JPM was the lowest. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I was looking at it late last night. Hold on a second here. Hold on, let me take a peek. It was great. Like the end of last year, beginning of this year expectations from all the big banks. Fuck. They were low as fuck. Let me see if I can find this. Come on, let me see if I can find this here. Hold on here. There it is, right there. I got it right here. You guys want to see this? Oh yeah, I got something special for you. Douchebag. I'm gonna post in the Discord. Oh yeah, David AMS right now is David AMS is dropping his expectations. By the way, if you're a member of the upload failed. What do you mean upload failed? Didn't fail that time. In the Discord right now, David AMS was Winky showing his right now too? Winky, are you gonna upload yours? Winky, where the fuck is your Winky? Where is your? Also at TPC, right? Trader Podcast. Trader Podcast has one too. I think David AMS is sharing his right now. We're going to try to get Winky to share his, and then we're going to see if we can get Trader Podcast to share his. Mine comes from Wall Street. Mine comes from actual Wall Street. Fucking intraday buyers still trying to buy a goddamn dip down there. What do I think about unemployment going up due to many new migrants entering in the last few years versus just actual people losing jobs? You don't want to know the truth. We need a lot of immigrants. We need tons of immigrants. Well, we should talk about it sometime. I have to show you some figures as to what's going on in the U.S. right now. We need more immigrants. We need better policies from both, but that won't happen. They both suck at those policies, and you're repeating to me, in my view, political talking points. I think you're wearing a Main Street hat right now. We need more childbirth, too. We actually do. I just posted in there, Winky and David. I'll post this seasonality chart again. David sharing his. I'll share mine. Do you guys want, here, I got a couple more for you here. Hold on. And I got one from Trader's Almanac in here somewhere, too. I'll try to find that. So on, so on immigration, all right, I'll talk about immigration. We'll talk. You guys want to bring the politics into it too? I can do that as well. We'll talk. I'll talk immigration with you. I'll make it really simple. Number one, we're in a restrictive environment, okay? We're still in a restrictive environment. I'm not going to show the figures and the charts. I used to do this, or I have done this many times. I'm not going to do it on the fly like this. You just have to trust what I'm saying to you. So, number one, we're in a restrictive environment. Companies, U.S. companies, are unwilling to expand their businesses. I need you to go out there and look at, I need you to go out there and watch Ray Dalio's video that talks about short and long-term debt cycles. Okay? You got to do that on your own. You got to have a base understanding of that. Number two, we're in a restrictive environment. So if I'm a company, right, I'm not going to spend money or take loans or business expansion until we're out of a restrictive environment, okay? And that includes more jobs. So that's companies. When we cut rates, you will see more jobs become available. Now, also, we are on right here. We are on right now at a place since 1954. We've had lower and lower and lower and lower workforce participation by males in this country. Lower and lower and lower and lower. Now, there's different reasons given as to why that is. The one good thing about where we are right now is that we're at the bottom of employment right now currently. So we should have better employment as time goes on. So we're not at the top of employment. So when you're complaining, we're not at the top while you're complaining. Does that make sense? We're not up here and you're complaining that there's no work for you as an American. Does that make sense? We're down here as you're complaining that there's no work for an American. Does that make sense? You should be complaining down here because we are ramping higher in the next few years. We should be ramping higher. So you're at the wrong time in the cycle to be complaining about, hey, immigrants are taking our jobs. Now, if you're going to bring up Main Street politics with immigration, we can address that as well. And I've got two or three major points for you. Number one would be that you're an American and you are unwilling to do work that companies in this country want you to perform. You don't want to pick chickens. You don't want to pick tomatoes. You want a higher wage on what you consider to be entry-level jobs for you. That is not BS. That is not BS. That is not BS. And you wouldn't want to do it even if you could. You don't even know what it means to pick tomatoes. You like by hand on your knees with a little cart box about that big. No, you won't. You can go right down to Alabama right now and pluck chickens. Plenty of jobs. You can come to Detroit. You can come to Detroit. We got jobs. We got job training. We got jobs out the ass here for you. So it's just not true. It's just not true. We need low-paid, unskilled labor in this country that Americans are unwilling to do. That is a fact. That is a fact. I'm telling you. I know you wouldn't do it. You're not going to go out to Montana or to Chicago, or not Chicago. It's like 3 USDA meat processing plants. I think we got one in Montana and Wyoming, maybe Wyoming. You're not going out there to work. I've been there. You don't know who works there. Americans don't work there. You don't. No, I'm telling you, it's not you. This is not anecdotal evidence. This is not anecdotal evidence. You can come if you think I'm talking anecdotally to you. Come to Detroit this week. Get on a train, a bus, buy yourself a bus ticket. I'll get you a job this week. I'll get you in a fucking free training program to be a welder. I'll get you a job with the union next week. You can go right to the Detroit subreddit right now. Today, right now, you can go there and just type in a job. Type in job, and you'll see, and then list it by new. And they literally tell you in that subreddit how to get trained and join a union and make $20-$30 an hour. Don't tell me there aren't jobs for you in the United States. It's bullshit. Complete. You want me to show it to you? Hold on a second. Okay, you think I'm being anecdotal? Hold on a second here. I think I'm being anecdotal here, right? I'm the guy that actually reads this stuff at the Fed. I read the page after page after page after page of this stuff. Hold on a second. I'll do it for you. Give me a second here. I'll do it for you right now. Here we go. I got one for you here. Hold on a second here. This is my screen, right? You guys are reading my screen. This is, oh, wait a minute. Hold on there. Whoa. Bring that back over there. I'll move you over here to the side here. So Detroit's a pretty cheap place to live. Really cheap place to live. You can get a rental here for $600 a month. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Shitty neighborhood, but you can get one. Shitty neighborhood, but it doesn't matter. Let's read what this thing says. Make this bigger here so we can read it as a group. No jobs for Americans. That's bullshit. Let's read it together. This was 1 month ago. I've been trying to find an entry-level position that isn't food service or basic grocery store stuff for ages now. I've been struggling to find even basic job since last year. Even vocational rehab services have been no help. I can get on disability because I'm disabled, but I would like an actual job that pays. This guy's fucked, right? Factories, use Indeed, they are all hiring around here. Yep, but honestly, many would still rather you just come in and fill out an app, drive around signs. What are your skills? What are you looking to do? How about this guy? Local 17 is always taking on woodsmen to become tree trimmers. 3-year apprenticeship, top out journeyman make over $32 an hour. Full slate of benefits and opportunities of abundant overtime. Website that I can apply. City of Detroit is always hiring. Right? Right here. Plastic factories, always hiring. Always work on 23. Lots of work out there. Machinists, though, how's plastics life? It pays the bills. Kept me on the shift the past 7 years. Look at this. Banks Credit Union. Most local unions are still taking guys as times are good. Pipe fitters, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, masons. If you just Google Detroit local trade union, replace trade with the actual name, you will find some websites. Call the halls and see when and how they take applications. Laborers, $11.91. Look up manufacturing jobs. Look at trades, especially less desirable ones. UWM is always hiring if you can drive to Pontiac. Tough work environment, culture, and mortgage industry. But if you can work hard and you like drinking the Kool-Aid, you can easily make 40 to 50K positions within a year with decent benefits. That's Rocket, by the way, and they kind of suck to work for. So we have low workforce participation in this country by men. And we are at the bottom end of hiring right now. We're at the bottom of a cycle of hiring. So you might want a kick-ass job. But we're not at the top end of that, are we, right now? I'm not going to bring those facts and figures up. You can go to the Fed website and look at them for yourself. And that is the question right now in our market. When they discuss jobs and unemployment with Jerome Powell, the reason they're discussing that is because we are right now just beginning to recover with jobs. And we don't want them to over-tighten so we can come back up here and regain jobs. Once we're up here, you should not be complaining about having a job. It might not be where you want to work. It might not be in Beverly Hills or Santa Monica. It might not be in New York City. But they are out there right now. The jobs are available. They're there. They're not the best jobs, and there aren't a ton of. They're not as plentiful, but we are curving up right now. Now, as far as immigration goes, right, we're gonna circle back down around this again with immigration. We're gonna talk about immigration right now. We have a major problem with immigration and birth rates in the United States. We need people making babies, but they can't because they don't have money, right? They don't make enough money. Having children today is either a sign of wealth or a sign of poverty, isn't it? That's what it is today, right? So we have a major issue with that. We need inflation to come down, wages to be raised higher. We're at the bottom right now of a curve. We're at the bottom of a curve of hiring right now. We're not at the top. We're at the bottom. So you got all that going on. All that shit's going on. So we're at the bottom. There would not be a glaring complaint about everyone working or not if we're at the top. We're at the bottom. We have the issue with a middle-class person can't afford children today, right? We had that problem too. And the easy finger to point is to immigrants, legal and illegal. And we're going to talk about the legal ones that are quality too, not just a tomato picker in California. You know, remember Chavez? I went to college. I went to UCLA. That's where I started on the East Coast in a small private school, but then in the Army I went to UCLA. Finished my schooling at UCLA. So look him up. So it's a guy, a labor leader from California. Tomato pickers in California. Look up what they actually did for work. You don't ever want to do that work. Now, there's two kinds of legal immigrants. There's legal immigrants that are legal immigrants in our system, which we allow in, on H1, H2B visas. And those men and women are skilled. They're engineers, they're doctors, they're writers, they're this, they're that. Right? Then we've got unskilled labor that mostly goes illegal in the United States, doing jobs that you don't want to do or they can't fill, right? Or Americans can't afford to live in those places. Everywhere you go in this country, everything you fucking do is with cheaper labor. Everything, your handheld, you're like, fuck the illegal immigrants, and you got an Apple iPhone stuck to your fucking ear with fucking slave labor in a mine in Africa and in a factory in China, and you don't give a fuck about that, do you? Your laptops, your phones, doesn't matter, does it? So there's a demand for cheap, unskilled labor. Our country, our immigration laws are fucked up. We need them to be reformed in our country. So we bring those people in legally, and then we send them home when they're done, and they pay into our tax system. And most of those illegals today actually do pay into our tax system. If I lived out west, they have the real ID law. So when you go out west, right, and you hire an illegal immigrant, and they have to use somebody's real Social Security number. Not only that, but they're still paying taxes while being an illegal immigrant. Now, if you're like, well, I don't want them taking our jobs, I don't want them using our health care, and they're taking this, they're taking welfare and all this other shit, we have to reform our immigration, don't we? So these people come into the system, pay taxes, and go home on the books. But where's the problem? Our fucking Senate and our fucking House of Representatives, right? They're so tied up. Even Biden, like, they're so tied in. They're career politicians. They tie in so many little things in these laws that they pass. I got my pet project over here. It needs fixed. I got that pet project over there. These are Dems and Republicans. It's this gridlock. Straight gridlock. Democrats nor Republicans ever want to reform immigration because of all of these laws over the years that are tied into kickbacks, right? Promises, deals in the back room. Neither could get that done. Neither. It would take you as an American to get that reform to actually happen. Same as our tax code. It's the same as health care. It's the same as all of it. So when we're sitting here blaming illegals or blaming immigrants, it's really our fault, isn't it? Our elected officials can't get it done, and us as Americans can't get it done, and it's a hot potato for everybody, so it's just the status quo. It really is us. It's really us. It's our fucking fault. It's like us as Americans, it's our fucking fault. And greed and power and backroom deals and all that stuff. But back to the point outside of the Main Street hat, getting back to the Wall Street hat, there are jobs out there. There are jobs out there. There's places that are cheap to live. And we're in the bottom of a curve right now. And companies aren't providing more, better quality paying jobs due to the restrictive environment of our banks, right? Listen to the argument that I just made to you. You know, you're angry that they're on welfare, right? But you use these people day in and day out in everything you do. Everything you do has illegal labor. Everything you partake in. Every single thing. Every single thing. Is Short Seller in here? What up, Short Seller ST? What's up, brother? If you're in here, Short Seller, hope you're doing well with your house. It's like the easy boogeyman right now. And then as soon as that employment curve goes up, nobody talks about it. Everybody's partying, having a good time. I know, right? Pre-COVID, everybody was partying. Inflation was low, wages had caught up, everybody was living like a rock star. Nobody was complaining about that shit pre-COVID. Oh yeah, he is here. What up, short seller? Good to see you, my brother. How's the house coming along, my man? Dude, I'm going to tell you one last thing here. It would behoove you to go watch A Day Without a Mexican, the movie. It was a really B-class movie. It would behoove you to go watch that movie. I wish. Oh, right on. I'll go to your handle today and look. I wish that we could have one day with all the illegals gone. This fucking country would stop. This country would literally, it would grind to a halt. They were talking about them being on UBI, and I'm like, do you know that most major corporations in this country, most major corporations, even if you're an office worker, intentionally pay workers, these are office workers, not just Walmart workers, intentionally hire and pay workers right around $35,000 a year. And they keep them they're married with kids and shit. Do you know why? So that they're eligible for help for, what's Medicare? Is it called Medicare maybe? UBI, Universal Basic Income. Is that what that is? So our corporations actually abuse our welfare system. It's Medicaid. Can you imagine that? Our corporations, I guarantee if you were to ever get the numbers on the corporate America that abuses through pay, they pay workers so that they're just eligible for welfare benefits, including health care, so that these companies don't have to provide it. I guarantee you it's through the fucking roof. Okay, Medicare is for the elderly. Okay. D at the end for death. Thank you for saying that. Thanks, Johnny. So we're in a shit place, aren't we? I mean, I'm not denying. I don't think a Democrat or a Republican denies they're in a shit place with immigration. But just blaming an illegal immigrant, it's not that opaque, or it's not that clear, is it? There's like a gray area, isn't there, of what's going on out there? It's not as simple as sound bites from politicians, and and the Democrats suck at it too. Forget the Republican talking points. The Democrats, they don't have a fucking plan either. They don't want a plan. That's not fair. 100% not fair. You should be angry as a Democrat and a Republican. Should our borders be secure? Fuck yeah, they should be secure. Should there be a path for immigrants to come and go? Fuck yes, there should be. They've been doing that shit since before the United States was the United States, right? Immigration, right? Up into California, back down into Mexico, right? It's been going on for hundreds of years, right? If not thousands. Yeah, it doesn't get acknowledged, does it? Yeah, they're the boogeyman right now. Illegal immigrants are the boogeyman right now. Which you can, before it even happened, you would say, they were going to make the boogeyman. The end of a short-term debt, so short or long-term debt cycle, they will become the boogeyman. We love making boogeyman's in this country, don't we? We love it. I bet 70% of us at one time or another have been a boogeyman. If you're a woman, you could have been a boogeyman. If you're black, Spanish, poor, you name it. I bet you there's something. Disabled. Right? Everyone at some point becomes the boogeyman. Yeah, they make it hard. They make it hard. You got the poors all fighting each other. I love when the poors fight each other. Just kidding. I gotta pretend I'm a like rich guy someday. Come on the show and be like, I love when the poors fight each other. Who are the poors? Anyone making less than 600 grand a year is poor to me. I should come on the show one day with like a top hat, like the monocle, like a cane and shit. Look at the poors down there fighting with each other. I love it. We make close to that right now, and we're poor. We make close to that right now, and we're poor. David, take it easy, brother. We got kids. We have a lot of bills too. My debt to my income is fucking stupid. Oh yeah, you'd cause chaos. 100% you'd cause chaos. I don't think you guys know what real wealth is. I'll be honest with you. I think most of you don't. Like someone said, not to be negative either. Bo Rush says, believe it or not, outside of politics, most people of wealth are good people and charitable. I don't think most Americans know what real wealth is, or have ever experienced it, or been around it, or been around those people. How vastly different what real wealth is, and how vastly different it is. I think we think that we know what wealth is, but we don't. Most people don't. That's right. That's right. That's right. Chris Rock saying Shaq is rich. The guy that signed Shaq's check is wealthy. Completely different. I spent most of my adult life living in Vail, Colorado. Vail, Santa Fe, Park City, those kind of places around wealth. That was like their 8th, 9th, 10th home. What's going on, Recovering Bear Hawk? Good to see you. Oh, the Saudis, they come to Santa Fe a lot. A lot of the art dealers in Santa Fe go to Saudi Arabia. That fucking kind of money is stupid. I got a close friend that's an art dealer in Santa Fe that deals art in Saudi Arabia, and my daughters took horse riding lessons in Santa Fe with like these kind of fucking people, and I'm poor as fuck, right? They just like me, so I hang out with these people, but their kind of wealth is stupid. It's fucking it's obscene. Yeah, I tip well too. I tip well. Always tip well. Park City, it used to be fucking perfect. It's not anymore. It's not perfect anymore. Too many nouveau riche there now. UNG dragging itself down to 1569. Yeah, I think everyone here's poor. Wealth is a crazy fucking thing, like real wealth.
Diesel August futures settle at $2.53.
No, we're coming into the hourly trigger right now. Here's the hourly trigger.
August
Dude, the daily trigger is if you want to get all bared up. Look how far down that daily trigger is. Isn't it so juicy down there?
Settle at $81.41 a barrel, which is down 92.
Oh yeah.
Or 1.12%.
540. Wouldn't that just be sexy down there? Just fucking send it.
From Macro Headline Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time...
Intraday buyers sweating balls right now. Yeah, we're coming down to the HT right now. I'd like to buy down here. 555 would be a nice place. Right around 555. Yeah, I saw GME got rejected, and then AMC is like in the fucking dumpsters right now, and it's like, come down with me. AMC's like, come on, or AMC's like, GME, come on down here with me, man. Come down in the dumpster with me. Would you plot the both of them together today? GME was trying to take off and recover, and AMC's like, no, dude, come down here with me. INTC is partying, Kava's partying. It always sucks when like all the Wall Street bettors, like, they run away from GME and you're like left behind waiting for the squeeze and they're out partying with a different ticker. You're like, dudes, come back over here, bros. DFV, come back, man. It happens with every fucking ticker, doesn't it? Like AMD's ripping, then they go off and rip Tesla. All the NVIDIA bulls are pissed because Tesla's ripping. Fucking NVDA bulls are shitting on Tesla bulls. Same thing with IWM. IWM. I don't know if you're a small caps bull. Like IWM bulls are fucking ready to explode here. Oh, look at that! They got sent down. Oh man. They got told no. Look at that sell it. Look at that sell in IWM. Fuck. You didn't get the new high either. Oh. IWM. Rotate in, rotate back out for more liquidity to the downside. What do I have on the brief for IWM going to today? Let me check it right now, Dave. Yeah, it does look sexy, doesn't it? YM wants to fucking explode too, doesn't it? God, it's so juicy. Look at that consolidation in there. I don't know, man. The daily velocity on it is getting a little overdone. Weekly looks great, though. Weekly looks fucking phenomenal on it. Yeah, you're right though, dude. It's still on its still on its fucking daily, isn't it? Did you buy it down at 39,444 or no? Did you grab the bottom wick? David, you grab that bottom wick or no? Intraday buyers still in control right here. Let's look at YM really quick. Let's take a look at YM. YM actually looks better than IWM right now. It does, like overall it does, and it's not as reliant upon fucking rates. Well, it is, but there's Qs right there. Qs came right back down to the buy zone. This is the buy zone on Qs. So Q's already in their buy zone. Q's on their hourly trigger. They have a half an hour trigger coming down upon them right now. I wonder if I should take a long here. I'm ready for a long almost. 239. I mean, that low tick, that might have been the low tick right there. 555.61. That might be good enough for me. $5.58 are 2 cents. I'm going to pay to play here. 41 cents seems pretty, or seems expensive to me. 42 cents to trade. That's 40 cents. 40 cents to trade 5.56 into the close. That's expensive for me. I really want to get it even lower. I want those 5.56 to be like 10 cents. I want to see 556s for today expiring are 42 cents. That seems a little pricey. Tell me they want to pay 80 cents up there? I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient here. I'm going with Uncle JBJ. I might miss the trade today. I want that last fucking dip down there. I might miss today's trade. I really want to wait for lower. Let's be patient here. What up, Cowboy Up? How you doing, brother? Yeah, Tesla's up on the screen. Feeling ski. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. The McClellan Goliath. Do I look at the NASDAQ McClellan Summation Index? I do. I used to use it. Oh yeah, see that? Yeah, that's hold on. David just posted this. Let's see what you got there, David. That's what I'm talking about, David. I'm talking about the same thing, brother. I'm talking about the same thing, my man. David AMS saying the same thing. I want a little bit more down. Not that we can't go up here. We can go up right now. I might miss the trade. I don't want the trade yet. I just want a nice quick flush. I could pop, but don't take this stuff here as expected. This is just me being cheap as fuck. I don't want to get tied. I don't want to get tied in here. I'm trading cash market here, so I guess you could catch a few points up here and just keep trading in this dog shit in here. We haven't had a bloodbath yet today, have we? No, we had one yesterday. $2.44 in the afternoon. Well, my other thought was to get some call spreads today. I think some call spreads are warranted. Like Friday call spreads. You want to look at those maybe? I'd be game on for that.
Brent crude futures settle at $84.60.
Let's take a look really quick on. Let me see. Let me do a. I'm gonna do the stock traders almanac. Give me a quick second here, guys. Hold on. I think this is bottom. Like I'm being nitpicky here. This is bottom. I'll say this. This is the bottom. But trading short-dated options. This is the difference between making money and not making money. So that we are at bottom. I know that. Let me take a quick peek here. Yeah, what am I looking for here? Not the car orders. I need orders. Where is my Prime Video? No books. How about books? How about the books? Oh, my digital orders over here. Where's my Stock Traders Almanac? You guys want to look at this together? You guys want to take a peek at this together? We can do that. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let's take a look at this together. This is Stock Traders Almanac. I guess we can make it bigger there, can't we? This is the July Almanac. We got what? 1, 2, 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus, 7, 8, 9. First 9 trading days are up. Or we had a couple down days over here. They teased us. Not a down day, but first 9 sessions up. And we're in the, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're in 6th session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is, at least the Almanac is saying, we're going to ramp here. Today is the 9th, right? First month of quarters is the most bullish. Yep, we know that. Yeah, we know that already. Bull market 1990. Daily Dow point changes. Dow Jones week 1, week 2. No, that's May, July. Right, holiday negative. That's 28th, right? So we're in what the 9th? That's July, right? Yeah, that's July. This is where the payoff comes right here. Week 3. Week 4. Monday, Wednesday, and Wednesday have been the most consistently bullish days of the week for the Dow. Thursday and Friday, the least bullish. So the payoff days are Thursday, Friday. Rally for all seasons. That's the winter and spring. Wait a minute, go back here. Page 68. Best month, third quarter. Start of second half brings an inflow of retirement funds. Says the retirement funds already came in. First, retirement flows are already coming in, supposedly. It's saying the second half brings in retirement flows. First half strength, huge gain in July provides better buying opportunities in the next 4 months. Start NASDAQ's worst 4 months of the year.
Sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Sunday the 5th, 6th, and 9th. Dow up 57 points on Tuesday, 57.71.4. Wednesday, Thursday is the payoff. Fridays. So Thursday and Friday is supposed to be the payoff. S&P 500 is okay. It's only at 57. NASDAQ does better. on the 9th day. Thursday and Friday is like the jackpot day. I want down. This is what I want. Want more blood down here. How you doing, Uncle JBJ? How are you doing, brother? Does it seem like volume is low right now? Let's take a look. I think this is a buy the close situation. Wait a minute here. Like, see that right there? 56.22 and 56.05 down here. I mean, just nice quick rug pull, straight down, straight back up. It's not a little hidden band in here, but that one right there in particular. Let's keep our eyes on that one right there. Let's keep our eyes right there. Is that one showing up now or no? Dude, just want like fucking this quick dump. It might not go any lower than right there, but a little fucking fast dump right there. Wouldn't that be nice? As a bull, I always feel like I feel like an outfielder. I feel like an outfielder, you know? You're like sitting there and you're in, like, come on in, come closer. You're like, nah, dog, I'm gonna go way out there. I'm gonna go over by the wall back there. We're gonna watch that bottom band down there, like that one right there. We're gonna watch that bad boy right there. That's like this right here is these are where the buyers are, the real buyers. That's your old dog over there, CJJ, is like just fucking rug pull that shit. Compressing price. I don't want to fucking go. I want to play deep center. With like a big giant catcher's mitt, you know? Not a catcher's mitt, but you know the outfielders' mitts are just fucking huge. You guys remember those big mitts they'd give you for playing the outfield? They're just fucking huge. It's like a 7-foot man's, you know, like 9 years old with a glove that's just like monster. No, I never played outfield. I played catcher. I played catcher, played shortstop. Catcher, shortstop, that's what I played. Catcher, shortstop. I quit baseball. I started my first year of Babe Ruth. And my father was a fucking asshole. And he grabbed me off the field one day.
Comments from the White House. You know, the Biden.
I'll tell the story later, but
if he is reelected.
And you know what I did? I quit playing baseball because of my dad. He tied baseball to me getting in trouble, and I was like, you know what? I was like, this is one of the small joys I have in my life. And I was like, and you're gonna tie some bullshit to my baseball? I was like, I'm done. I switched. I started playing soccer. You're a catcher too? Yeah, my knees are gone today. Mostly from like the hike and bike in the army. I'm just like, my body is fucked up. I was in the army for a long time, and then played sports, and then even into adulthood. Still do that shit. Matter of fact, I wanted to go to Ragbri this year, and I'm refusing to go. The course came out. It's like one of the most brutal courses they have in Iowa. I'm just like, I'm not doing it. Even on an electric bike, I'm not fucking doing it. You played hockey? Yeah, Army fucked me up, man. I'm deaf too. Like, as I get older, I can tell right now. Is this it right here? Is this the bottom? I'm all fucked up. I read stories on Reddit all the time where they're like, there's one thing you can tell a young person what not to fucking do, just know that you're going to pay for if you're an athletic person or a physical person, I don't know, dance, whatever it is you do, if you're physical, you're going to pay for it. You are going to pay for it in a bad way one day. Like every time I see people doing the the exercise, professional exercising? Yeah, you do. What's professional exercising called? It's like the same as vegetarians. They'll tell you what they do. They'll tell you that they do it. CrossFitters, right? They'll tell you that they're CrossFitters. If you're a CrossFitter, you tell everybody. Every time I see a CrossFitter, I'm like, oh fuck, like, oh god, what, like, you should be climbing Mount Everest right now. At least get some joy out of what you're doing to yourself. You're gonna pay for that one day. All those CrossFitters are fucked when they get old. Every single David Goggins. They're so fucked when they get old. Matter of fact, they're almost there. The first generation of CrossFitters probably turning about 50 right now, 60. There were some older CrossFitters when I was about 30, so they got to be hitting like 50, 60 right now. Yeah. CrossFitting's brutal. God, this looks like it's bottom. This is a tease right now. Like every time I see CrossFitting, I'm like, it hurts me just thinking about it. Yeah, motocross is tough too. Boxing's tough too. Shane Heaps, look at a guy named Shane Heaps, old school friend of mine. A guy named Shane Heaps. He actually fought. He sparred in the but he actually fought in the Olympics against one of the best fighters of all time. What's the middleweight champion of all time from Vegas? We have a guy named Shane Heaps. He's a good friend of mine. He's from Park City, Utah. I used to live right next door to him. I actually hung out with him recently. He's teaching me how to fight. They'll still kick your ass, though, professional fighters. Even though they're all broken down, I would never want to be caught in an alley with a professional boxer. Oh, you're welcome on, brother. I got you, man. Look up Shane Heaps. Who's in the Olympics with who's the greatest middleweight fighter of all time? I always forget his name. I don't know why. No, not Miz. Lightweight. What's his name again? Yeah, Mayweather. He fought Mayweather. He actually got to meet him, hang out with him at the Olympic trials or whatever. He lost to him. I think Vix looks like he wants to go down to the depths of hell some more. Yeah, look at his ears. What the fuck is this? Biden commits to serving a full term if reelected? Oh, God. Oh. This is... That reminds me of Ronald Reagan. Reminds me of Ronald Reagan. Biden commits to serving a full term if reelected. That's even dude. Who the fuck is his Oh God, so cringe. I'm a Democrat. I heard somebody say. You want to hear something fucking funny? I heard some guy say last night. He's like, "We're all getting astroturfed right now. We're all getting what do they call it when you're like not red lighted or whatever." Because a lot of Democrats are calling for him, or at least bring in some other candidates, right? Or do a primary, do a straw vote, whatever. Gaslit. Yeah, exactly, right? Gaslit. This guy was like, if you're a Republican, all you want is Trump running against Biden. If you're a Republican, a Democrat's not, or a Republican's not going to tell you, get somebody else in there. The Republican wants Biden to run. They really do. It's so bizarre. Everything it's like an upside down world right now. Yeah. If you're a Republican, you would definitely want to, you want to run against fucking Biden. Of course you do. If I was a Republican, I would want to run against Biden for the independent voter. Or the voter that says, I'm going to skip this election. 100%. If I was a Republican, I'd want to run against Biden. I definitely don't want to run against someone that's like, that can spar with me or not be a felon. Even if you think it's fake or politically motivated, it doesn't matter. You just, if you're a Republican, you want to run against Biden. Well, I'm the angry Democrat. I think I'm an old school Democrat. I think you win down ticket. I think Democrats win down ticket. I think you'll get. I think the Republicans lose down ticket votes. Although the betting right now is that it's a full sweep. The betting right now is that it's a full sweep, Republican sweep in the U.S. But I do think I think Dems do win down ticket. But I think it's going to be hard for Biden. I don't think the moderate Dems stay home either. I think Dems will vote. They'll come out and vote en masse. But these elections are like 3 or 4 states, 30,000 votes, 40,000 votes. You got blue states turning purple right now. It's kind of fucked up right now. But you got to remember, like, this is their pony. It's the same with Republicans. Not as much, but it still is. These guys are invested in these guys. These guys have deals with these guys. These guys will put these fucking guys and girls in office until the day they fucking die, regardless of party. You know, I made a deal with Biden. I paid him X amount of dollars. I got him access to this. He's the fucking president. I want my way for him to be president. Trust me, I want, like, I think Whitmer could win. I think Whitmer could win for sure. I know some of you guys might not know her, but she could win in a minute. She could win in a minute. She's probably the most viable candidate, I think, right now. 4 months until the election, plenty of time. You'd stir the shit pot, too. This fucking country would go bananas if that happened. Not even just her, just like open up the primaries. Have Biden say it's okay. Let's bring in like top five candidates or something like that. Fucking country would go fucking bananas. I wouldn't want that if I was a Republican. I wouldn't. Mm-mm. Yeah, I think I'm an old school Dem. You know, it was like watching Jerome today, right? You like watching Jerome Powell. Like I'm watching Jerome today, and I'm just like, can I just get that right there? Just like awareness. You know, like, and I don't care if Jerome's a Republican or a Democrat. Just like he's aware, he can articulate simplify complex subjects. It's simplified. You don't even have to like come out with the rocket science data stuff. Just you could see it even in Jerome today. So what's my plan here? All right. So if you are a member of the Discord, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys an expectation. It's 308. Next week you're going to get charts from me in the Discord for expectations. These are preliminary expectations for tomorrow. So I want you to know this, okay? So when we come in at the end of a day, right, I have an expectation for tomorrow for planning, okay? Now, we have to have the market close, and that's not till 9 p.m. And the market needs to regurgitate, but market needs to, what would you call it? Has to digest the moves today. And I need the time. So I'm sitting here right now on a 1-minute chart. And I need to look at 4-hour, 1 hour, daily. I need to look at all the sectors, the rotation, all that kind of stuff. I got like every night I spend, I think, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours looking at tomorrow. So if you are in the Discord right now, I'm going to give you at least SPX or SPY expectations. So I want to tell you this. What I will tell you this on the stream is this. The market is supportive here. It's all a matter of getting a low that you like. There's no exogenous events that I can see right now that I don't know about that's going to send us down to the depths of hell. So if you're out there, just be looking for a good deal, right? That's what I'm trying for right now. And I think I'm changing my opinion to, instead of a 2-date or a 3-date, like a Friday call spread would make me happy in case we do take a trip lower. And we still have 2 events coming up. We've got Jerome again tomorrow with the House. And then on Thursday, I think, is CPI, which can be volatile. So right away, I'm like, I want a Friday call. But let's say CPI is a bloodbath and we go down and then back up. That could be an issue, couldn't it? Thursday might be the actual dip buy. Thursday morning for Friday, believe it or not. So saying all of that, I'm looking personally for a little bit lower, okay? I'll tell you guys that. Now, if you are a if you are, dude, stop it. My kids have the door open right now. There's like bugs inside the house and stuff like that. This is what I'm gonna make a post really quick in the Discord. Thanks, David. David AMS is putting in some expectations as well right now. So if you're in the Discord, you got David AMS in there, talking about that stuff. And I'm going to talk to you guys about some stuff. Okay, I'm going to personally, I am trading cash market. I really would. God damn it. Would really like to see damn it. Let's make a quick look up here. God, it's right there right now. It's right on the hourly trigger. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. Yeah. I'm going to wait on this. I'm not buying this. You guys can. I mean, it's not negative right now. It's more like neutral. Velo is neutral right now. So for me at least, no trade for me right now. It's not a perfect trade for me, so I think I've been doing pretty well right now with perfect trades. I'll probably miss the trade to the upside. I'd really like to see just a fast move down. Let me check ES really quick. Yeah, ES is below the hourly trigger right now. Maybe ES will give us, yeah, ES is neutral too. Not that it can't come straight back. It has already, right? Goes down to 0, comes straight back up. We are extremely bullish in the daily trigger. I'm not bearish here. I'm not going to tell you that I'm bearish here because I'm not. We could easily come back from 0 line on we can easily come back from right here. This is probably bottom. This is probably bottom. It's not a perfect setup for me. I'm looking for like a quick flush. You know, it's like that timing market, you know? You know, every time it works again. That one fucking time it doesn't. Quick old flush down. Call it a timing market. Though, I'm mixing, well, I'm on a 1 minute chart here. This looks, you know, like when you scale out, it's like a tick or two, right? Like on a 15-minute bar, this is like fucking 1 15-minute bar. I'm like in mid-max mode right now. I'm bullish here. I'm just trying to mid-max. It's me. I'm an anal asshole. Someone in this chat is all in short. God, I read some shit on Wall Street Bets last night that had me in tears, just tears rolling down my face. Fucking terrible. Wall Street Bets is getting back to its good old days. Some of the shit I was reading last night, I was in tears. Fucking mean. Fucking bulls, man. They can be douchebags. And then the bulls were douchebags to each other because there was like rotation going on all around the market. Like bulls were being douchebags to each other. And then they're being really cruel to bears. Like really cruel. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Like shit got spicy last night. All right, that's it. Ooh. What's going on, Loader? How are you? Good, how are you? I'm looking for a deal right now. I already covered Rivian and I posted on Twitter. Is it going to the depths of hell right now or no? Oh, thanks, Loader. I appreciate it. How are you doing, man? Are you he, she, they, them? What are you? Oh yeah, dude. Rivian wants to go to the fucking moon. I read that I read the Rivian posts on Wall Street Bets. They're wrong, by the way. They're fucking wrong. They know what they're talking about. The Rivian post yesterday, the bullshit, the fucking fundamental analysis from the comments section, they're all wrong. They're all wrong. Vacation was awesome. It was a lot of different stuff going on because I spent so much time doing this shit. Like getting away was really bizarre because I'm like, oh, that's bad. Ooh, I was like a basement dweller or something. I feel like one of the Reddit basement dwellers. Ooh, that's dangerous. Ooh, that's dangerous. Ooh. Shouldn't be out there doing that. It might get hurt. Oh, yeah. Come on down. Come on down, baby. Hey, what's up, Mr. Phibbs? Yeah, I'm still here. I gotcha. Loner, what did you do for vacation? What'd you do, Loner? Ooh, Uncle JBJ, that's nasty. Oh yeah, come on down there. Just come on down. Come on down. Come on down to CaptainJimJames used car lot. Come on down. A whole bunch of calls. Pain trade on right now. Well, I'm gonna go over to I'm gonna go in the Discord right now. And I'm gonna check out all these call buyers crying. Let's check out the wave shit. Oh yeah, let's check out net flow in market tide. Check out the criers down here. They're all crying right now. Oh yeah, burn those fucking calls. Burn those fucking bulls down right now. They'll sell me their calls. They were crying. They'll be in the fucking stream, whining and bitching, telling me how it's gonna all crash because their calls just burned. All their fucking premium burning out right now. Oh yeah, I'm getting hard to think about it right now. I'm thinking all of it right now. They're all whining right now. Oh yeah, look at that. Market tide. Oh yeah, they were buying the dip at 2 o'clock. These fucks are buying calls. Oh dude. Oh yeah. That's right, dealers. Yeah, take them down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I like it. I fucking love bulls that whine. I like it even better than I don't even hate bears. I just like bulls that whine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They're crying. You know they're crying right now. Just watching their premium getting torched. They're like, "What's happening, dude? Are we gonna crash, bro? Bro, we going underneath the hourly trigger, bro? What's happening? Oh yeah, look at that. This put buying's coming in, right? You guys are buying puts? Fucking savages. You guys are buying fucking puts. So the current call premium is getting destroyed, and you got put buyers coming in right now. You fucking dirty bears. You fucking liar. You fucking liars too. Bears are liars too. Yeah, bloodbath it. Bloodbath it. Come on down to CaptainJim's used car lot. Shake them out, dude. Shake these fucking bulls out. Yeah, look at that big red ball in the market. Come on, dealers. Do your thing. Oh, yeah. Net flow for SPY. They have fucking 2 o'clock. They were buying calls. And, of course, dealers fucking wrecked all that shit. If you guys want, go to like the UW Premium, or you can go to TradeTix too. TradeTix has the same thing. TradeTix is actually better. Check out TradeTix really quick. Let's see what TradeTix is saying. Was a breakout on let's take a look at that one really quick. Let's see. Citigroup. Oh, yeah, everybody's trading the banks right now, aren't they? Oh my God, Citigroup just wrecking it. Citigroup with a breakout above its daily trigger. Woo. One word of warning for you guys. If you are if you're trading financials, what's up with Bullseye right now? If you're long financials into this weekend, I'm going to warn you guys. They love to dump financials the day before they report or the day of that they report. So they've been doing it regular. They do the run up and then they sell it regardless of outcome. Just heads up on that. Trade ticks. We got golden sweeps going on in here. Golden sweeps in here. Golden sweep on NVDA at 1:35 this afternoon. What about insider trading? We got anything insider going on? Yeah, insider selling on Lilly. Lilly insider trading, Winky. You see that insider selling on Winky on Lilly? Let's see. I'm going to let Winky know. There's a bunch of tickers like that are doing that right now. It's a bunch of like spec growth outperform stocks that are unloading as they climb. Nice confirmation here in the hourly trigger. SPY still hasn't lost the hourly trigger. You guys know where I want it. If you're bullish here, I'd be willing to jump on above here somewhere, probably in here. What I'm hoping happens. Something more like that. The yellow is what I'm hoping happens. Oh, yeah, reject him. Fucking reject him. You want all-time highs? I just want to flush it. Just like fucking flush them all out. Take it easy. Let's get weird. Have a great day. I don't know if they stole the tool. I've heard. I can't comment on that, but I know that story. That story is bigger than that. Who said that? MH1664. That's real. But there's a bigger story to that. If you ever want to know sometime, DM me. I'm with you, Appa Arthur. I'm with you, man. Flush them. I just want to fucking just flush it. Just like. Nice. Hang tight, guys. Just a big old V, baby. I just want like a quick flush. Just like fucking flush it. God, Friday's calls are $1.50 fucking two. And Tuesday, what they say is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday be a nice better. What's 558s? 558s are fucking $1 fucking 10. God damn, they're so expensive. Dealers are pricing everything in. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Leave that door open, please. Oh. Oh. You can actually see the glisten. It's like almost frozen. I don't know what you guys out there, but I don't. I like to hang out with the regular folks out there. I don't drink that expensive shit. I drink that PBR, baby. That Peeber. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink liquor anymore. I drink beer, but I don't drink alcohol. No alcohol. No like whiskey, bourbon, any of that kind of shit. No more. Haven't had a drink in a long time. Oh, arrogant bastard. I've drank that. This is Utah water. You know what that is? Utah water right there. It's like 3-2 beer. It's not even real beer. It's fake. That's right. Skier beer. I don't drink anymore. I stopped drinking liquor. Actually, I don't drink liquor anymore. I actually don't drink too much beer either anymore. Yeah, it's piss beer. It's definitely piss beer. It's like lawnmower beer. Keeps you hydrated. Good thing whiskey isn't liquor. That's like 3-2 bear. It's like fake ass bear. Oh, dude, this is it. They want to go up now, don't they? God, don't make me do it. Should I get some fucking zero dates? Yep. Please reject. Please reject. Are they going to do the 0-date fucking powerhouse into the close? I know. I would still drink bourbon. If there was if I could drink bourbon and not get if I get the exact same flavor of it, I would drink it. I love the flavor of bourbon. I fucking love it. But I quit drinking liquor. I haven't tried drinking liquor in a long time. But I love a cold beer, man. Long day, long week. God damn it, they're gonna rip this fucker. Look at him. Look at Bookmap right now. God damn it. All right, fuck July 11th. $5.56s are now 21 cents. Those were 40 cents like an hour ago. There's no goddamn way they're going to pay 80 cents on 5.56s. No fucking way. $3.37 right now. They want to gun this up into the close. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of specialty beer. My wife will. I'll if I'm talked into it, I will. It's like I'll tell you what I like now that I'm older. I love bourbon. I love it. I really, really like white wine, but bubbly normally. I like rosé. Rosé's got no alcohol in it either. I believe all rosé should be drank the year it was released. And I like some really hard to find like Rieslings, German Austrian whites. And I like a PBR. I will drink a high-end beer every once in a while if it's like forced on me, but I don't seek it out. My God, Citigroup's still cranking right now. Please reject and come down here. I think I'm going to be left behind here. Fuck yeah, rosé all day. I like it because I don't get hungover. It's not too heavy. I can make it through a day or a night. If I go out to a dinner or something, I can have a couple glasses of champers or rosé, and I can be out in the sun and the heat and whatever, all that kind of stuff, and not worry about it. Please reject. Please reject. Let's check this out and see what's happening here. God, look at how liquidity is just leaving the fucking market here. There is no liquidity. There is no fucking liquidity here. Yeah, anti-hangover. That's why I like that stuff. Like, I'll drink like a PBR or something, and I'm fine. I'm getting older, dudes. Like, I can't drink like that. That's the one thing that's what the past 5 years or so, I've slowed down with drinking, and I'm at the point where I won't drink. I don't think I'm going to drink a ton of bourbon the rest of my life. I'm just getting too old. If I have one or two bourbons, it's like I drank like a handle of bourbon. It's like I drink a fucking handle of bourbon. I wish, like, when I was young, when I was in my 20s, I could sleep I could not sleep 2 or 3 days, literally 2 or 3 days. Then maybe sleep 3 hours, and I was like monstering. In my 30s, I could drink, do whatever I wanted, go out and work, play, drink, and as long as I got a good night's sleep, 6-8 hours, I was fine. Fucking mid to late 40s, fucking anything over 1 or 2 bourbons, and it's like, you're totally fucked tomorrow, buddy. I don't care how many hours of sleep you get and rest. You're going to feel it all day long. Oh, you think you're going to rehydrate and feel better? Fuck you, no. Oh, yeah, short-term, long-term memory, all of it. Recovery. How I feel in general is better. Oh, they're squeezing it right now. I'm not gonna get my cheap calls. They ain't giving it to me. They don't love me. They're gonna squeeze it up right here, right now. No love. I just wanted a quick bloodbath. It's like a fast bloodbath. Just want a quick bloodbath. AV. Oh, I'll post that in the thing too. I got to do LCID and AVGO. I'll post those in the Discord. Oh, look at that. Did you see that flash right there? I'm going to run this fucker right up here. They're going to run it right up. Should have bought some zero dates. I was looking at them for a minute. I was like, let's buy some of those zero dates into the bell at least. Get some exposure. They're now trading 28 cents. They were 21 when I was looking at them. They're 21 cents, already up 50 fucking % right now. I didn't buy them though. I should have fucking bought them. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't even look. 343 or 3:43 in the afternoon. Yeah, we're gonna fucking squeeze here. See it right there? Nice support. It's a beautiful thing right there. Look at that book map right there. See how beautiful that is right there? Absolutely stunning. God, I just want a quick bloodbath. Just a really fast fucking bloodbath. Just note to self here, this is the half-hour trigger. You might see a quick trade down and then up. Oh, there it goes. It's already happened right now. The initial blood right here, don't take it too crazy. Just half-hour trigger. Normally we'll reject it initially, and then you go higher. They're going to back check this 1 minute trigger right here. These are the intraday buyers here. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. Patience. Whoa, that over there. What's going on over here? Liquidation breakdown there. What's up? What are you doing? Flushing them all out? You taking all their stops down here? Triggering all their stops like you did yesterday? Move this over so you can see it better. All these intraday buyers getting wrecked right now. These guys have moved up too. They're right here now. We got any news in the morning? I fucking love SPOOs. I do. I love SPOOs. I love SPY. I love SPY like the Qs, like NQ. I like the indexes. I fucking love the goddamn indexes. I do. It's like a regular fucking thing. I really do love the indexes. It's such a beautiful fucking thing. It's like slow, easy. Some cheap ass calls for tomorrow. Higher highs here in the close. See it? Higher high, higher high, higher high. Higher high, higher high, higher high. A little bit of rejection here in the half an hour trigger, not to be unexpected here. It's such an easy fucking thing to come back to, right? Like you go to your favorite individual ticker, and it's like you go your favorite individual ticker. It's like what's a bear market and a bull market for your stock for the next 6 months, bro? Next 3 years, you're fucked. Suck it. Indexes are like they're fucking so awesome. They're just awesome. $348 right now. They're already up 2 pennies. 349, 10 minutes left. Look at all those buyers stepping in there, just fucking eating it right now. They just don't give a fuck. I really want Friday calls, but I wonder if I should just switch to a call spread. Just a call spread would be nice. No stress, like a Friday call spread. There it goes.
So looking out to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500, 50 million to the buy side, Nasdaq 100, so 5 million or 10 million now to the sell side, Dow 30, 40 million to the buy side, Mag 7 stocks, 40 million to the buy side as well.
Now trading 5 to 607. Same action as yesterday. Squeezing higher right now. We'll see buy side on S&P 500, 43.6 million. NASDAQ, negative 26.8 million. Dow Jones, 42.8 million. DJI looks better than all of them. Mag 7. Mag fucking 7, 44 million. So they're still buying. Top buys into the close. NVDA, Avgo, SMCI, JNJ, MRK. Top 5 sells. BRKB, PEP, FICO, Adobe, MS. Mag 7, everybody fucking buying NVDA and Google. Into the close here. Just a heads up to you. They're going to leave me behind here. They're definitely going to leave me behind. I'm going to get left behind in this trade. $3.52, 8 minutes left. No murder bot. A little bit of a murder bot here, but still grinding higher and higher. We got a new high on the half an hour trigger. We do have an, hold on a second here. This is all buying action in here, just tons of buying. Dealers selling into strength as well. Dealers are trying to, we have so much vol suppression right now that dealers don't have an opportunity to get neutral. So moments like this, they get neutral. They'll get neutral when, like this morning, they got neutral this morning, but I think it was between like 4 a.m. and what was it, 8:30 in the morning. As soon as we came down this morning, if you look at that green bar this morning at, we came down into the half-hour trigger in pre-market, and you could see there was on Webull there was one big red, blue, or green candle. They tried to sell down in between the half an hour and hourly trigger this morning in pre-market. If you looked at it on Trading View, you couldn't see it, but you could see it on Webull. And these dealers are just selling into the half an hour and hourly trigger, but they ain't getting through. It's all buyers right now, all retirement funds. So every time these block trades come in, these dealers are trying to counter that trade. And they don't have a lot of opportunity to do it. So they're doing it like they did it in the close yesterday. They're doing it in the close right now. And yet this morning they were doing it at like, I think it was like 7:30 or 8:30 this morning. Matter of fact, I was watching the market early this morning, and I was like, these fucking people think it's going to burn on the open. I was like, they're going to hit that fucking half-hour trigger, that hourly trigger, and that shit's just going to moon. And it did. It mooned right into the open this morning. Made good fucking money in those 0-8s, dude. Made good fucking money. Come on down, dudes. Just come on down. Just slam it down for me. Yeah, get down there. Just go on deck really fast. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get on down there. Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Patience, patience, patience. Keep going. Just keep fucking going. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, yeah. Don't do it. No red bars. No fucking red bars. I caught that little fucker right down there. No red bars. No fucking red bars. Yeah, give me those green balls. Oh, yeah. Give me those great fucking balls. Oh, yeah. No. No. Don't sweep me down there. All right, here we go. I'm going to have to add another fucking 10. All right, that was the close right there. If you're in the Discord, you know what we're doing for a trade inside the Discord. What do I want to say to you guys here? I want to say, hold on a second. All right, so you guys have expectations, preliminary expectations for tomorrow and the next day, I hope. If there's a sweep, I'll tell you guys this. If there's any kind of a sweep in the next 15 minutes, I was going to add here. I didn't add anything. So this red bar right here, I was going to add and I didn't.
Fifth consecutive record.
If they had taken us down 2 or 3 more bars, I would have added to the position down here. If they dump us in here at all, like between now and 4:15, I'll try to add some. But I caught this right here anyways. So I just caught up and waited. There was a couple guys inside the Discord that DCA'd down here. But I'm good right here. I'm good. This is exactly where I want to be. So I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. I don't know if we get a repeat of yesterday. If we're going into a fucking bear town, might as well enjoy it while we can, right? We'll see how this goes into the overnight. Also be aware, we're a little bit low volume here. We've got tomorrow. Let's see what we got here going on for tomorrow really quick. There is some risk here for tomorrow. Wednesday, not really. Wholesale inventories is at 10 a.m. Then we've got Fed Chair Powell at 10 a.m. as well. So just think about that in the overnight. That we've got Fed Chair Powell again at 10 a.m. Of course, wholesale inventories. I don't know if we get a repeat tomorrow. I've only got 10 contracts, so I didn't add like 20, 30, 40, 50, 100. But if they try to do any kind of bullshit sweeps in here at like between now and 4:15, They're grinding options. It's kind of wild right there at 1605. Hold on, over there. 1605, 15. Look at this together really quick. If they try any bullshit down here, I'll add some more. I don't have a ton of skin in the game. That's some. It's honest work. Ow. Oh, my kids left the door open. They got like mosquitoes in the house. Here's another one over here. I don't like repeating things, like repeating trades every day at the end of the close, like a trap usually. In my view, at least, it is usually a fucking trap. It's like right down in here. If we open sideways tomorrow or something like that in the morning, if we open in the low, it's going to be kind of terrible. So I don't know if I'm going to add to this position. I need to see lower than right here. I need to see lower than 555. So this 555.56 between now and the close. ES is underneath the hourly trigger as well. So there could be some overnight selling pressure from dealers. But we know the buyers are right. If there's a place to buy a dip, it's kind of right here anyways. This is the hourly trigger on SPOOs, so this is the place to buy. If we're going to sell below the hourly trigger, I'd rather be buying the hourly trigger right here. Regardless, I'd rather be buying this and having stops underneath. Anyways, I don't like buying tops, that kind of shit, like today in the open. I was like, I ain't buying that bullshit. Like, you're not buying. You like, I'd always prefer to be a buyer down here and never on a high. So I feel good and confident. My only problem with this close is, if I had a problem with this close, it's only that none of that shit happens again and again and again. So, that's my only stink with this close here. So I'm going to pay attention to this in the 415. If they try to blood this bullshit down, at least drain them if we're going higher. If they try to drain it or something like that, make them 10 cents and then pay 20 tomorrow or some bullshit like that. I'll add between now and 415, but I don't see it right now. So we know buyers are right here. I wanted a discount down here at 553. There is a possibility of us still trading this 553 at some 554, 553 somewhere in here at some point. Make a quick trip down below. One other thing I'd leave you with would be, if we don't open with a squeeze higher tomorrow, we could squeeze after the bell really quick, like a nice big giant squeeze. So you might still get the print at like 9:45 or some bullshit like that. Anyways, you guys have anything for me before I end the day with you guys, or no? I haven't even looked. I'm down a penny right now. I'm down 1 penny right now. So we'll see what happens in this close. We'll see the next 15 minutes. You guys have a great afternoon. I'll have the House hearing on tomorrow at 10. If it's not as big of a deal, I might just have it on the background. Maybe I'll have it down in one of these things down here. I'll have it playing or something, and we'll just keep trading the day ahead. I don't know if it's going to matter as much, the House hearing. Do you guys think that the House hearing is going to matter as much tomorrow? Seemed like to Jerome, this was the big one, was today. You guys think today's was the big one? Tomorrow might be the grandstanding day. House of Reps normally like that. I love all you guys too out there. I love all of you. Even the guy I was yelling at earlier today. I don't hate anybody. I just don't, like, people use like these open days where I open up the stream and it's a busy day. People are like, I'm going to go over there and fuck with that guy. So, when those guys show up, I go after them. So don't want you to think I'm always like this. I'm screaming and yelling at people. Like a busy day. What happens is, if you get an important day in the market, there's two things that happen, right? You like open up the chat, they come swing in. They're not a member. They don't pay for the chat or anything. They're like, I'm going to get my fucking cum and punch that motherfucker. So like, I'm going to go in there and blow them up. It doesn't happen when markets are slow. They don't bother coming around. So trolls, they come out to play. So I don't want you to think I'm always like that or mean or anything like that. I don't want you to think I'm like normally like that or whatever, but when the trolls come, like every time we have a big event like today, I'm like, when these motherfuckers come out, I'm going to get them. I'm waiting for him. Yeah, Binky right now is saying he'll read the same statement. The only thing I would say to you about tomorrow would be the House of Reps tends to have a regular working person. Becoming a state rep is pretty easy, and they tend to be more emotional. So you'll hear you hear the House of Reps, so like when they have hearings, the House of Reps, they'll come out and just say wild ass shit. So unlike the Senate's a little bit more, suit and tie and all that kind of stuff. You guys all have a great afternoon or great rest of your afternoon. Get rested up. We have more to come, and then we got CPI on Thursday. Hey Sam, I just haven't had time, man. Still working on the background stuff for you as well. So it's more me waiting for some finalization. We had a couple guys in a meeting were sick and stuff. They caught COVID. What else we got here? I think that's all I got for you guys. I think that's it. Yeah, you got. Oh, hold on a second here. Chart for Avgo. And what's the other one I'm doing? Doing Avco or Avgo and LCD. All right. I'll be with you guys tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow at